registering and registering on the spot, which is great, great, great to see. We've got all these posters spread out everywhere. We have 72 posters in person, so that's going to be a really fun session today. This one is particularly important to us because it's our 10th. This is our 10th biannual meeting. As you can tell, we have t-shirts, which we're very proud of. We worked really hard to finally get t-shirts out. We've got cute ribbons out there specifically for Vegas, if you've seen that. But I really wanted to talk a little bit quickly about why we're here. We're here to build lunar technologies and be sustainable. And I say this because I feel like we lose track of why we're here sometimes. We forget how amazing our jobs are. And I see all these students out there, and I remember being in school and thinking, like, no way I'm going to build spacecrafts one day. But we do. And all of us here are really excited about it. We kind of get up for it every day. It's what we want to do. And so I'm so happy to see all these students. Get excited no matter what field you're in. It's the right one. I'm a nuclear engineer. Doesn't make sense that I have this job, but I'm here. And I want everybody to know that everybody has a space in space, specifically LSIC. You know, I think that we do these so much that we want to really make sure you guys know that we're still listening to you and we're still hearing from the community what you want to hear. So if you look at our panels, for example, if you look at the lunar engineering panel we're having today, people were like, I've got questions on how to build technologies, on what I need to worry about. I only do things terrestrially. We hear you, so we're having a panel on it. That panel, we left so much time for questions because we know you're gonna have questions and we want you to have questions because everyone's here to learn. In the spring, we talked about partnerships and how they could work. So we have a panel that's gonna show you how they do work successfully. And you're gonna ask questions to them because I know a lot of people have questions about, I'm industry, how do I work with government? How can we make this work? What are the hiccups that you see? And that's things they're gonna share today. And then we have a proving grounds panel. We had a workshop when I first got into this position of being the director years ago about proving grounds. So we're gonna talk about proving grounds that actually exist and what they have to offer, and you can ask them questions as well. And then lastly, we're gonna talk about sustainability. That term comes up a lot, and we're gonna talk about what that means for the moon, what that means from NASA, and what that means to this community specifically. And then we also have our Tech and Fusion panel, because you guys tell us all the time, I can't keep up with all the technologies that are out there. So we're taking time to showcase these technologies and give you a time tech. Ask them questions. There's gonna be follow-up breakout sessions for a lot of these panels if we don't get it done during the day. Listen, guys, there's a lot that we can do, but you can only do a little bit by yourself. You can do a lot together, and we're gonna do this together. Okay, y'all got me in my feelings. Okay, hold on, because it's my 10th one. I'm sweating, I'm excited, but now I wanna thank our host. We have been working every week for the past, 4 or 5 months with the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and Nevada National Security Site. So I wanna take a second and thank them for having us here and hosting us here. You're gonna get to see a lot from their students, from their faculty and what they do. We've got tours, and then along with, if you're signed up to go with the tour on Friday, that's gonna be I've went on that tour, and I really liked it. I had a good time, so get excited. Don't be sad you don't get to have your phones. It's good for you. That 8 hours will force you to have conversation on the bus, and it's good for you. All right, and last thing, let's talk a little bit about logistics. I know some people are having trouble with the Wi-Fi. If you are and you can't get to your email to do all that, go out to the very front. There's a computer office right there, and they can help you with that. Anyone that needs a mother's room, the mother's room is upstairs. You'll go up the stairs, and room 315, there's a receptionist in there that can help you if you need that. And bathrooms are right down the hall. And then there are those lunch tours. You don't have to sign up. There's tours today and tomorrow. But it would be very helpful to plan if you could sign up. So there's a table out there for UNLV where you can sign up for those tours. Okay, I'm not gonna waste any more time because we started late. So I want to introduce the next person after me, and that is Wayne Brazier from NNSS.
Good morning. Wow, okay. Good morning. Awesome, there we go. Yeah, I'm Wayne Brazier. I am the Senior Science Executive from the Nevada National Security Sites. And as co-sponsor, we are here to welcome you enthusiastically to Nevada and to the Lunar Surface Innovation Consortium. And I've got 40 minutes for my talk, I think, right? Yeah, okay. Now, it's interesting because I am also a nuclear engineer, but I'm also, at my heart, a space nerd, as we all are. So glad to be here, and it's perhaps a little-known fact that we have been supporting NASA's and our country's space program in Nevada at NNSS for over 5 decades, for over 50 years. That support began in 1965 when the first Apollo astronauts began coming out to train in advance of the Apollo lunar missions. And I'd like to introduce Nick Downs. Stand up, raise your hand. So Nick leads our team here today and on the site tomorrow. And Nick can share every single quote uttered by an Apollo astronaut from the surface of the moon that referenced their training and their location back at the site out here. It's pretty cool. So corner him, challenge him. He'll buy you a beer if he doesn't have the answer. Thanks. Thanks a lot, Nick. Okay, we're also very excited and very proud to also be sponsoring, hosting the Artemis program out at the site, and they're here this week as well doing mission work. Okay, so who are we and why Nevada? So we are one of several Department of Energy, National Nuclear Security Administration, national security sites around the country. And here at NNSS, at our site, we have established the Nevada Space Proving Grounds as a program that supports NASA and all space-related activities on the site. Nick and his team, and Nick leads a team of scientists and engineers who are ready to support a wide range of equipment training, testing, and related activities. Okay, so why Apollo and Artemis? Why out here? Well, who's going on the tour Friday? Okay, good. You guys will see it firsthand. It's pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. I never tire of going out there. And spoiler alert, our site, our main site at the NNSS that you'll be going to on the tour is the former Nevada test site. And I'm sure you've all Googled that, but go home tonight, go to your hotels and Google it. That site, up until 1992, was a site of nearly 1,000 nuclear weapons tests above ground and mostly underground. So newsflash, we have craters. We have lots of craters. But it's more than that. We have infrastructure, we have geography, and we have decades of experience executing tests, experiments. We have the geography, and we can train a wide group of stakeholders and customers, which we do every day out at the site. So enjoy your time here. If you have any questions during your time here or on the tour, please pin down any of us during the breaks, and we'd be happy to talk to you. So thank you, and again, welcome to Nevada.
I brought my squishy up with me. Okay, my name is Zach Miles. I am the Senior AVP for Economic Development at UNLV and also the Executive Director of our Research Foundation, which manages a tech park that is in the valley here. And on behalf of UNLV, welcome. We're extremely excited to have you. First and foremost, I have some parental advice, which you should take to heart. I am the proud father of 2 daughters. Those daughters came to me one day and said, "Dad, we love figure skating." I said, that would be fantastic to get my daughters into figure skating. My wallet has never recovered. So if your offspring in any way, shape, or form mention figure skating, the answer is no. You'll thank me, and you're welcome. Okay, little about UNLV. if there's anything I want you to take away from anything that I say or anything today, rebels make it happen. And rebels being rebellious. We want to be at the forefront of engaging with industry. We want to be at the forefront of providing our students real-world opportunities. We want to be at the forefront of pushing technologies out the door. We want to be at the forefront of supporting small businesses as they look to become foundationally sound businesses with many of you here today. So that's kind of the message when you're thinking, oh my gosh, we're applying for this award. What university should we include? I'm not disparaging any other university here, but think the rebels, think UNLV really fast because we'd love to be a part of it. And here's a couple of reasons why. We're the second most diverse university in the country, according to World News, U.S. World News and something reports. I can't read that because my glasses aren't on very well. You know what I'm talking about. It's fantastic because we get to see, and I'll share a quick story. In 2016, we were the Mentor Protege award winner. Why was that cool for us? Well, we sent a couple of students to Teledyne Brown in Huntsville, Alabama. And you could tell these two students had not been outside of Las Vegas. Why? Because they called me in 3 months of being there and said, I can't, it's dark. I can't see the strip lights. It's dark. I don't know where I'm at. I said, stick it out, because this is a chance in a lifetime for many students. As Jamie had mentioned, I never thought I would build, just hold on, this will be really cool. At the end of their 6 months, both of them were hired by Teledyne Brown. And if I remember right, one is still there to this day, enjoying being a part of the Teledyne Brown family. So we're excited on the university side for our students to be there. It ended up that we had a long-standing and still long-standing collaboration with Lockheed that came out of it. So we're excited about all of those. We have 8 awards that we're currently working on with NASA or prime contractors of NASA or others that are engaging in that area. So we're familiar with how to get the deal done. I know sometimes that may be a thought. I'd love to work with the university, but do they know how to get the deal done? And we've been there and done that and want to do that with you. And yes, I'm playing with my squishy. I know someone's going to comment that after, but I love my squishy. Like, this is one of the coolest things that we've had. Sorry, okay. We want the relationship to look more like what is on that side and less on that side. And so we work very hard to be more of a relationship-driven engagement and a gap fill. So instead of just entering into a contract, what can we provide? Can we provide the research part? Can we make introductions? Can we work with NNSS? Can we work with the state, the governor's office to bring in some resources? Can we go after a small business? I have some grant funding to work on SBIR and STTR applications. So we want to be part of the conversation and not just a transaction. I'm going to go back. Okay, no, I don't want to talk your slides because that would be horrible to have me represent going. I'll finish up. So our office in UNLV really wants to engage. We're excited that you're here. We hope that you'll enjoy yourself while you're in Las Vegas. I don't want any weird stories. Just keep it to yourself. Those that are coming to the reception or the tours, we want to make sure that you experience what we have to offer, and we are open for business. Rebels make it happen. Remember that. We're excited to have you here. Thanks for coming. And I'll turn it over to my dear friend and colleague and leader of the Governor's Office of Economic Development, Executive Director Tom Burns. Thank you.
Every time I speak after Zach, I have to adjust that mic, right? So for those of us that are a little more vertically challenged. Well, good morning. It is my honor to welcome you to the great state of Nevada and the LSIC 2004 fall meeting here at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, in partnership with the Nevada National Security Site. I graduated from college about 39 years ago. My 3 best friends and I, for the last 32 years, run away for a weekend trip to watch college football, tell the same stories we've always told. We know we're all lying, but the girls get prettier, we get faster. We were all there. And so I was on the phone with them the other day, and they wanted to do a Zoom call to settle up our our trip for next week, and they asked if I was available at about this time, and I said, no, I can't. I have a speaking engagement. And they said, oh, really? So who are you speaking to? And I said, well, frankly, I'm speaking to a group of scientists and engineers and business people that do work with NASA. And when the side-splitting laughter stopped, they said, no, really, what are you doing? And yet I'm here. So thank you, and welcome to my home. My home is Nevada. It has a heritage that traces back to the Great Basin's first residents and the early European settlers, the forging of the California Trail, and the Transcontinental Railroad. Nevada has a history for answering the call. In the 1860s, when our nation was split and divided, it was Nevada's silver that supplied the North with an economic engine to bring our nation back together. As we came forward and we're in perilous times and we had to test things like the B-1 bomber and the stealth bomber and the stealth fighter, it was Nevada that provided the training space for those super important events. When we needed to have deterrence during the Cold War, as was referenced by Dr. Brosher, we needed a place to test our might and our power and to show the world that we were ready to defend ourselves, and it was Nevada that answered that call. The heritage created this unique, pioneering, anything possible spirit. I know Nevada tradition will inspire you in the next 3 days when you're focusing on new space technology, lunar proving grounds, and how this community can partner to return to the moon and embark onward to Mars and beyond. Accepting the bold space challenges will not only enhance our understanding of the universe and humanity's place in it, but also advance quality of life, shaping humanity's future and the progression of science and inspiration. When you tour the lunar proving grounds, as was mentioned earlier, at the Nevada National Security Site on Friday, you will be walking in giant steps. Because as was stated earlier, from 1965 to 1972, every Apollo astronaut who landed on the surface of the moon took his first steps in the craters of Nevada's National Security Site. With our history of supporting NASA's lunar missions in mind, the governor and my office, the Office of Economic Development, stand ready to support and engage you as partners with Nevada. Our agency's vision for a diverse, innovative, and sustainable economy through good jobs today and great jobs tomorrow for all of our citizens, while continuing the history of supporting our national security and space exploration opportunities. Our state's recently published 5-year comprehensive economic development strategy calls for an electric, innovative, and connective Nevada. In building Nevada's economy, our agency works very closely with 2 leading R1 Carnegie Research institutions, this great university right here, the University of Nevada, Reno, or University of Nevada, Las Vegas, pardon me, and the University of Nevada, Reno up north, as well as one of the leading institutions for climate study in the world, the Desert Research Institute. The Governor's Office of Economic Development, or GOED, places importance in fostering industry-university partnerships, focusing on use-inspired sponsored research that provides industry access to university laboratories, equipment, faculty, and students. In addition, GOED supports university technology transfer that is seamless and serves as private sector partners to gain technological edge. Nevada is known for being a state of short distances to getting to the right answers. My boss, our governor, charges me with getting shit done, frankly. So with our high quality and affordable way of life, pioneering and exploring spirit, cutting edge technologies developed at our leading research universities and GOED state incentive programs, we are inviting you to build the lunar space exploration centers right here in Las Vegas, because Nevada, once again, is here to answer the call. Again, I want to thank you for being here. Welcome to Nevada. Welcome to my home. I hope you have a great time. And it's now my pleasure to introduce the Director of Technology Maturation in Space Technology Mission Directorate at NASA headquarters, Nikki Werkheiser. You bet. Pleasure.
Okay, good morning. Everybody got good snacks and coffee, all sugared up and caffeined up, ready to go? No, that sounds like a no. We'll start over. Okay, thank you to UNLV and the Nevada National Security Site and Tom Burns of the Nevada's Governor Office for hosting us in the great city of Las Vegas for our fall LSIC meeting. And as Jamie said, it's a very special one, our 10th meeting, which we just can't believe. And I just want to say, like, I know you love Zach loved the squishy ball, right? My favorite thing, did everyone get the little gold sticker? What happens in Vegas gets us to the moon. I think that is so awesome. I love it. It's my favorite thing. So in addition to hosting this meeting this week, UNLV also has graciously hosted our 2024 Breakthrough Innovative Game-Changing Big Idea Student Challenge this week. I do want to take a moment just to say that, from day one, when we conceived of this consortium, it was so important to us to get a real, true cross-section of the whole community. When we say in Artemis that we go together, that is not lip service. That is, we are literally partners in doing this. And that absolutely includes students and our workforce development side of things. That is the magic sauce, as many of you in the field know. And so it's very important to us to include students. We have our Lunar Surface Technology Luster Challenges and Big Ideas, one that we've been doing for years. So they graciously hosted that here this week. This challenge followed 8 months of intense research, design, and prototyping. We had 6 university teams here this week that presented their inflatable systems for lunar operations concepts to our awesome panel of judges. And I just want to say these challenges are not easy. We specifically pick real-world problems or challenges that we at NASA are working with our top technologists and engineers. So we purposely want to hear kind of fresh perspectives and see different novel approaches. I love what I've heard here this morning. I've heard the rebels and I've heard pioneering, and in technology we often use the word disruptive. We are here to make a difference, right? And so I can't tell you how many times we've had students to bring in really novel or fresh ideas, and you start to realize that no matter how innovative you are, you want to be, you can be guilty of groupthink. You know, you get myopic and your vision closes in, you start kind of constraining yourself. And the students always open that aperture back up. They come in fresh, and it never ceases to amaze me how it helps us do kind of a reset and re-energizes us as well. So every year, we seek novel ideas from higher education that's focused on these innovative technologies to pave the way for space missions. So this year, the teams were asked to develop a low size, weight, and power, or SWAP, inflatable technologies, structures, and systems that could benefit our future Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Several of those students have joined us today, and one of our real emphasis that we like, even this is why we have at academic institutions in the fall, is that we really like to offer true networking for all the students and really encourage folks to reach out and talk, see the posters, but also just at lunch or whatever, reach out and talk to folks. So I do want to recognize the students here today. Can the students who did the Big Idea Challenge that are still with us stand up, please, in the audience, just so folks can, there they are, look at that. Now stay standing, stay standing. If there are other students here, can you stand as well? I just want people to see faces, and there we go. Yay. All right, these are the folks you want to talk to. So y'all get out there and shake hands and make new friends. So I do want to say we've had some incredible approaches that we've seen in this year's challenge, incredible approaches for testing, rigorous analysis from all the teams, some really impressive systems engineering. But now I'd like to recognize this year's Artemis Award winner. I'd like them to stand up. It was Northwestern University. Are they still around? They're back. Hey, they have really cool shirts too. So this team actually demonstrated that welding and inflating 2 carefully shaped material plates can create a robust cryogenic fuel storage tank that's compact and easy to deploy. And that is a real big deal. The cryogenic side is one of our top kind of gaps that we've been working. And then by burying the tank in lunar regolith, they modeled that the tank can store cryogenic fuels long-term with minimal losses, which makes it a promising solution for our future lunar missions. So I really, oh, and also wanted, do we still have Arizona State here? If you could stand up, if anybody from Arizona State. There we are. Arizona State also received a Systems Engineering Award, and we always really try to stress in these projects, I mean, you have to stick within you got the budget aspects, the systems engineering and integration, in addition to your engineering aspects. So I think that's a very real-world kind of team that they have to put together. I really encourage our LSIC community to take the time to congratulate these teams on their hard work, and for all of the students here with us. I really hope that you make some great connections with potential peers, mentors, and maybe even future employers. And I always say, and I mean it, if we do things right, then by the time I retire, my goal is to be working for one of you. So congratulations on a job truly well done. So now I would like to introduce Dr. Prasan Desai. He's our Deputy Associate Administrator for NASA's Space Technology Mission Directorate, and he is going to provide an update of our current activities. And so I'll turn it over to Prasan. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for the warm welcome. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be in Vegas again. I was just reminiscing about with a few people. In my life, until this last year, I'd never been to Las Vegas. In this last year, this is my 4th trip. Hard to imagine, right? But no, it's great to be here, and just wanted to give a little overview and update of where we are in space tech over the last year. But before I do, I do want to acknowledge all the efforts for making events like this happen. They just don't happen, and there's a lot happens behind the scenes to make events like this come to fruition. And so I do want to acknowledge a few people who do all the work so that I'm just pranced out in the front here to give an overview and an aspect of it. So it's a lot of hard work. So on the APL side, with Jamie that came and spoke to her, thank you for all your efforts. As is mentioned, this is 5 years and the 10th meeting, a big accomplishment for LSIC and LSII. So thank you from the APL side. And on the NASA side, Carol Galicka, who could not be here today, but she's online, I believe, and I want to acknowledge her for all her efforts for not only today's event, but just over the last 5 years to make that happen, along with the larger APL management there, and on the NASA side with Nikki Werkheiser leading the effort for us for LSII in general. And then, of course, want to thank UNLV for hosting us this year, and it's great to be out here, and hopefully we can see some of these great things that you had mentioned over the next few days to go there. So let me just kind of give first there's a lot of new faces in the audience, so give a little bit of a quick overview of STMD and or what we call space tech. And so, our really efforts are really to develop the next generation of capabilities that the nation needs for the endeavors that we want to pursue in space. And so that means to lead the development, demonstration, and infusion of transformative space technologies that solve these critical challenges that we have going forward. In so doing, we really focus on these 3 aspects in terms of the types of things that we try to do and the investments we make, is to look at advance the technological innovation and the competitiveness in this global environment, right? Space is no longer the purview of a couple of governments like it had been for the last 50, 60 years, right? There's a lot more governments now going into space, as well as private enterprise, right? And so it is definitely a much more competitive environment. And so the investments we try to make, look at towards maintaining global competitiveness from a U.S. aspect of it, for sure. Through that, we hope to encourage technological and economic-driven growth that goes along with it. Space is, again, as I mentioned, not just the purview of governments, but also a lot of private enterprise that was not there, certainly when we, as an organization, were stood up 14 years ago, but even has changed quite a bit in the last 5 years. And so what we try to do in the investments we make is to enable this expansion of the economic growth that occurs because of the capabilities that we're trying to strive and make happen for the community at large. Part of why LSIC is here is to enable this economic growth with all the conversations and engagements we have between government, academia, industry, and the community at large for understanding and figuring out what are the next steps we need to do. So your voice helps in that process for us making decisions to go forward. And finally, we cannot make those two other things happen if we don't have an inspired and developed a diverse workforce to make those things happen. This is my 34th year at NASA. I'm certainly towards the end of my career, not at the beginning of my career. You heard the previous speaker talk about how Nevada held up the last 50, 60 years. So the next 50, 60 years are for the next generation of individuals that will come in and help create the solutions that we need for the endeavors that we're looking to seek to do. We're not just trying to repeat what happened in the past, we're trying to expand beyond that, right? Of longer stays on the lunar surface, longer stays and sorties into the solar system. And we need the next generation of talent to make that happen. And part of what we try to do in enabling the two other items on this chart to the left is to engage with the next generation of thought processes so that we bring in ideas that are not groupthink, as Nikki so rightfully said, right? We need ideas from left field that change the game. And that's how we're going to overcome a lot of the challenges that we will face as we go forward, especially as we look to have longer and longer presence on the lunar surface as we go forward. Some recent highlights that for space tech and in collaboration with our other government agencies, industry partners, and academia are highlighted here. I'm only going to pick out a couple of them just for interest of time, but you can go on our website, nasa.gov/spacetech, and see about everything that's going on that we are working on. Couple of that I will pick from here is right top center there is Deep Space Optical Communication tech demo. It is in transit right now on the Psyche mission, going out to the asteroid that Psyche is going to, doing optical communication, increasing the bandwidth of the communication from deep space. So it is pointing a laser beam, just like a regular laser day here, from 200 million miles away to 2 satellite dishes not bigger than my arm spread here on top of a California mountain. Insane innovative capability about pointing accuracy from 200 million miles away to those 2 dishes on the surface of the Earth. Working amazingly at this point with all the demonstrations we have. We retired 4 of the 5 key milestones that we wanted from that tech demo, working amazingly well. That is because of the innovation that is within the community at large to make that happen. On the right of that is the highest low thrust engine that we're developing, the solar propulsion system that's going to power the Gateway to its orbit around the moon. It is going through the last bit of environmental testing and qualifying testing so that it is ready to power and propel the Gateway to its orbit in a very near future going from there. Recent demonstrations on the moon, and I'll come back towards that to the presentation of intuitive machines with a couple of demonstrations while on its path to the moon and during landing that we're going there. Cryofluid management type demonstrations of propellant transfer on the previous Starship mission that occurred, transferring a number of metric tons of propellant, which is one of the capabilities we will need to do and demonstrate as we go further into the solar system. And lastly, I will say on the bottom, the solar sail boom deployment. It is in orbit right now. About a month ago, it deployed the solar sails, and it's the innovative technology here is lightweight composite booms that allow to open up really large acreage area of solar to allow solar sailing for some applications going there. And that is in orbit right now, demonstrating there, amongst a number of other things that are going on right now as well. How we go about making investments as we go forward. We rely on input from a number of sources, primarily the NASA strategic plan that takes into account the needs of our two biggest customers and stakeholders within NASA, Human Spaceflight and the Science Mission Directorates, through their architectures and mission sets and the decadal process that goes through the science aspect of it, right? So that is a huge input into the types of things that we invest in given the needs that those missions and architectures have, along with the larger Moon to Mars blueprint objectives that were established a year ago that help identify the needs of the exploration that we're looking to enable and the capabilities that are needed to allow for that. And so those types of information is what we go to help feed the information for us to make the investment decisions for strategically to go through that. In particular, the Moon to Mars blueprint objectives that were put out last year, identified 4 objectives that for continuous human exploration of science, transportation, habitation, operations, and infrastructure. Within those blueprint objectives, Space Tech, our organization, was asked to lead the infrastructure objectives from there. We are responsible for leading that aspect. We're not going to do all of it, but we are responsible and we're asked to lead the infrastructure aspect of it. And much of what you guys are engaged with through LSIC and LSIC is really focused on that infrastructure area of these objectives as we go into making the investments as we go forward. So your voices and your input and your help in identifying the needs as we go forward are crucial for defining what is it that we should go after and the time phasing of that to allow for progression of the tech maturation and the deployment of those things, be it through tech demonstration or ultimately infusion as we go forward. Within those blueprint objectives, there are identified 9 lunar infrastructure objectives as identified here. There's an analog of the Mars surface infrastructure objectives as well. I'm focusing here on the lunar one. And if you look at these 9, and I'm not going to read all through, I'll go through all of them, you can bucket them into 3 basically large buckets. Objectives 1 through 3 really talk about laying the utilities for enabling any type of activity going forward. No different than if a development is being put to bear by a home builder, where you have to bring in the infrastructure that is needed before you can even have some type of development being put in. That means water, sewage, electricity, cabling, roads, whatever it happens to be. The basic structures that have to be there in place, infrastructure, to allow for everything else to happen. So in this case, these top 3 are really going towards communication, precision navigation and timing, those aspects of it, so that those infrastructure basic stuff are there that what follows can leverage while they're on the surface doing whatever it is, or around the moon. It doesn't necessarily have to be on the surface. The next 3 really would go towards longer-term operations on the surface, going to use of mobility, excavation, in situ resource utilization, when we're there for longer periods of time of the infrastructure that is needed to enable that longer presence on there. So developing technology and capabilities in those areas as well. And then the last 3 really go towards industrial scale type scaling up of the capabilities. In particular, for example, for ISRU, consumables that can go from early demonstrations of maybe hundreds to a metric ton to tens of metric tons as we go forward into more of a longer established presence on the lunar surface. So this is the progression of these objectives that are on there, and we're making investments in pretty much all of them. You can kind of see a little bit with the pictures pictorially of which ones and which objectives that we're making to enable the types of capabilities that are necessary so that the architectures and mission sets understand the physics and the risks of that technology have been sufficiently retired or matured so that they can adopt it into their architectures and missions going forward. And as I said, there's a similar set for the moon, the Mars applications, and so we're making investments in those as well in how we look at towards creating a balanced portfolio of tech development that we do. Here are just some contributions of in areas that we have made in the past, are currently making, and hope to make as we go forward, going in from straight applications in Artemis on the first mission with 3D MAT, which was on the Orion capsule to make those aspects. Capstone spacecraft in orbit right now in this NRHR orbit that Gateway will be, understanding the precision, timing, and navigation of how you can operate in that orbit to help Gateway retire risks of its planning. On the IM first landing, we had navigation Doppler lidar to retire some of the risks of being able to deploy a high precision landing capability on the lunar surface. Those types of things is going on. I talked about Gateway being powered by the solar propulsion thrusters. As we go further in terms of sustained lunar evolution, about power generation, we have made investments in power generation and continue to make some ones about the power that it would be necessary so that we can create the types of capabilities on the lunar surface and deploying them for use as the infrastructure builds over time. And then ultimately going on to Mars as well. And on the Perseverance in particular, it was first ISRU demonstration off the Earth with the MOXIE experiment technology demonstration that occurred, where taking the materials, the in situ materials from the atmosphere, and in this case Mars, the carbon dioxide, and converting it into a consumable, usable form of oxygen on the lunar surface, on the Mars surface there. Went very well in that development itself. So looking to make similar contributions as we go forward with our investments going into the future. So after 14 years, we've kind of taken a look at the organization itself, and this current chart talks about how we are presently organized, which has been 10 programs that are defined by TRL segments. They're bucketed into TRL from low technology readiness programs, mid TRL technology programs, and higher TRL technology programs. And based on our look back, we're looking to kind of evolve the organization of how we can do things that we have done over the last 4 even better, of doing these tech developments in a much more effective way that leads to ultimately what we're looking for to do is infusion in the future. Given some of the challenges that we have observed, we're looking to evolve the organization away from this technology segmented set of programs to more of domain-based programs that we go forward. And that's kind of shown in this chart, where we're looking to become organized in these functional domains as we're looking toward. Still doing the same type of technology development, but broken out into a set of domains that are responsible for the technology development throughout the TRL spectrum, for low technology readiness level all the way to tech development and ultimate infusion going forward. And so within one program, they will be responsible for all of that aspect of it itself. One of the challenges we have observed was migrating projects from low TRL to mid TRL programs and mid TRL from higher TRL programs, given various aspects. And so by creating a domain structure that covers that entire technology readiness spectrum, we eliminate those types of barriers that we would have to overcome, and it's within the wherewithal of each domain. We're looking to have 5 domains that are encompassed with capability portfolios or areas within each that you see in the diamonds on the right-hand side. So right now, we're in the midst of fleshing out this structure as we're going there. FY25 is a transition year for us, where we're looking to, at the end of it, transition into this organizational structure as we move forward. There are 5 domains that go from space transportation, that means GO, propulsion type technologies that we go forward. Land, technologies that allow us to land on surfaces across the solar system. Once we get there and land, we look to operate on the surface, be it a robotic system or a human element system. So it's living and operating on the lunar surface, so technologies for those. Expand, which is to go beyond low Earth orbit into deeper space of taking the capabilities and expanding them further out from where they are currently to developing those capabilities further and further out. And then the fifth domain is enable, which is more of a foundational capability that feeds all those other domains like avionics, for example, that could be leveraged by any of those domains from there. Those 5 domains will be supported by our Catalyst Innovative Mechanisms group on the bottom, where many of you are familiar with a lot of our early stage portfolio programs of NIAC and Early Career Initiative and our SBIR programs, along with our tipping points that many of you will be within this Catalyst group that will help facilitate the mechanisms that will allow these domains to execute what they need to do to create the technology developments that are necessary and ultimately demonstrate them in the future. As I said, we're working through the specifics of these domain structure right now, and by end of 25, we will come to a fruition of that so that starting in FY26, we'll be operating in this domain structure going forward. However, the types of things we're looking to enable to develop doesn't change. The content is the same. It's just the approach that we're taking to try to make that more effective going forward.
Hey, Prasen?
Yes, I'm sorry.
So sorry to interrupt. It's Nikki back here. Forgot to put in, to tell everyone there's directions for questions. If you want to start putting questions in Slido that we'll be asking when Prasen's done, just want to give everybody a chance to put those questions in, and there are instructions in your program. Yeah.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I know. So this chart just kind of highlights some of the things we've said, and ultimately what we're looking to do is evolve the organization to be much more effective at what it's doing. When we first stood up the organization, we always talked about, hey, it's supposed to be an innovative organization for the tech dev that we're trying to do, but it shouldn't be just the technical. It should be process-wise as well. And so after 14 years, we've looked at of how we can improve the processes of how we do things, and this is part of that process that we're going forward, trying to enable, increasing the effectiveness of this tech development, transition, and ultimately the infusion that we're looking to have happen to make these tech advancements happen on a smoother and faster cadence than we can otherwise make that happen. One aspect of that change, not just organizationally, but also how we're going to go about taking the investment decisions itself. To this point, we made these investments decisions by having conversations qualitatively, I would say, with all our stakeholders and customers, internal to NASA and external. We would talk to them about what their priorities are, where their strategic plans are heading, be it science, mission director, the human spaceflight mission director, or industry there. And so we've had our subject matter experts, our principal technologists and system capability leads go out and talk to the community in their discipline areas and capability areas on what is the next things that we should go and tackle. And through that information, we collated to come up with investment decisions going forward. That was a qualitative process in the past. What we're trying to do now is marry that qualitative with more of a quantitative approach to enriching the data set about making decisions as we go forward. And so earlier in the spring, we put out this shortfall survey that you all took partake in with that there. And we put that into out there for feedback and from you all on what the shortfalls that we have and how should we prioritize those going forward. So first of all, thank you for your engagement in all those. It was extremely valuable information. We've gotten a high-level information already from it, and we're going in getting more detail from there. But we've identified at the time 187 shortfalls, and that were bucketed in basically 20 capability areas. We collected feedback from over 1,200 respondents, and we've processed a lot of that data. And I'm about to show you some initial results from that. And we're looking to glean even further there. We've left open spaces in there for comment about, hey, are all these 187 the right ones? Did we miss some? So please provide input about adding additional ones. Should we remove any of these that are here that really aren't shortfalls anymore? And so we're still mining through a lot of comments that came in to try to take that into input as we evolve this over time. Our intent is to do this shortfall ranking on a regular cadence. We haven't decided what that cadence is. We're working with our various external bodies that we work with in space tech, our STIGGR committee in particular, which is the Space Tech Government Industry University Roundtable, that provides guidance to us on input and feedback on how we should do certain things. And this is one thing. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had our meeting where they provided input about how to think about the data we received from this first initial set, and then how to fold that in going forward. And so we're looking for that information and that type of dialogue to help evolve this process as we go forward. So our intent is to utilize this input as part of this larger data set as one important set of data for making investments as we go forward. I'm certainly not going to walk through this whole chart, but here are identified from that initial set that we got the top 30 shortfall ranking that came out, right? So the rows are the shortfalls themselves, and on the right, under the green columns, are the various stakeholders that we broke them out to, from internal to NASA and external to NASA as well. From academia, industry, we broke out industry into small industry and large industry, other government agencies, within the mission directorates within NASA, the centers within NASA, and NASA, to provide a understanding of the priorities from each of those stakeholders, to try to glean a little bit more information on where these priorities are breaking out. By and large, there was a lot of agreement in the top quartile, right? And so we're using this information as we go forward in making these investment decisions. The shortfall process, I will say, is not a crowdsourcing type of approach where the top 5 things that are identified, that's the only thing we're investing in. It is an important investment input to allow us to glean even more data as we go forward to use for making investment decisions as we go forward. One of the things I'd like to highlight here is one particular technology. And so before I get to that point, as you can see, and the charts will be available, and we do have actually on our website where you can go to get an outbrief of the results that came out. We did do a video of that, and so that's available for anyone who would like to hear the outbrief of what we found so far. But one of the first thing that actually the highest ranking shortfall is surviving the night type technologies, right? So some of the technologies that we're investing in now is going through about surviving the night, since the moon is a very difficult place to operate because of the sun darkness type aspects of it. So a number of different things have come up from there. In particular, I will point out, because my next chart kind of gets to it, it's a little close to my heart, is next generation computation capability, right? So I'm going to do a shout out for the high performance spaceflight computing project that we have, that we've been going on for a few years. There is a panel discussion tomorrow at 11. This is the next generation spaceflight computer that we all will need to rely on, given the types of capabilities we want to be able to do in the future about autonomy, data processing on spacecraft itself. As the capabilities we are relying on now are more than 20 years old and have been well saturated than what we want to do. And so what we're enabling through this project, which is the third shortfall that came off on that list, is a next generation spaceflight computer that is 100 times more capable, that has much more flexibility in power management, fault tolerance, and performance that you can tailor going forward. And so hopefully you guys can get a little bit more information after the panel session and talk to the project manager that is here to go get a better idea on that itself. And the one thing I will say is we're trying to rely on industrial standards where it makes sense, so that we can do these things in a much more faster pace, relying on standards that are already in place to build off of, as opposed to creating new ones going forward. One of the other things that we did last year was we put an RFI out for Lift 1, which is the ISRU tech demonstration that we were looking to are planning to try to do in the future. We received a lot of great input from you all, and I want to thank you for that itself. We received a lot of great input that we're going through and digesting aspects of it. Where we are on that aspect at the moment is we are still thinking through how to plan going forward for a following up from that RFI to a RFP aspect of it. Given the budget challenges in FY24 budget and the 25, we're not ready to release an RFP in 25. However, we're continuing to do that planning with an integrated agency study team that has been put together to develop a holistic strategy across all the mission directorates and mission sets that we have going forward to identify the strategy for ISRU and how to execute that as we go forward over time. And so that is going on right now. And so stay tuned for information coming from that process itself. Let me start to wrap up on some near-term aspects that were coming up. We, on the first two CLIPS launches, we had a number of tech demos on both of those launches themselves to go and demonstrate the technologies going forward. On recent ones that will be coming very quick soon, the IM2 in particular, towards the end of first quarter in 25, they're launching planned. We have a number of technologies that are going on there. One in particular is the Prime 1 drill that will look to characterize the volatiles in the regolith going forward from there. There is a demonstration of a communications system of a 4G LTE for getting the infrastructure laid out of comm so that as these various assets are on the surface, they have a communication system that they can rely on. So there is a rover that will demonstrate this 4G LTE with the lander as it traverses on the surface to demonstrate the possibility of wireless communication and how best to do that on the lunar surface, along with a hopper that will look to go further away from the lander than a rover can by being able to hop into craters, analyzing them, hop back out there. So that is coming up very much on the IM2 launch. Subsequently, we have a number of other launches on Firefly with tech demonstrations on there, as well as IM3 with the Cadre set of cooperative autonomous rovers, 3 of them, that will demonstrate autonomous navigation and swarm capability amongst each other on the lunar surface and IM3. As I come to wrap up, I want to pause for a moment and kind of reflect over these last 5 years where we have been. It was not long ago when we started LSII and LSIC in particular. Over these 5 years and 10 meetings, we've had some amazing engagement with the larger community, you all. So first of all, thank you for that engagement and contribution for all the things that we're trying to do. Because of that contribution and your help and engagement, we've made possibility of all these demonstrations on the lunar surface. On the first 2 launches that occurred, one not as successful as the second one with Peregrine. However, a number of other ones coming right in the very near future. These lunar surface demonstrations would not have happened without all your input, all your contributions, all your engagement, all your partnerships with industry to make that happen. I think it's a time to celebrate that, especially given how quickly this has occurred, that I think that I would have never envisioned that happen. And so that's a testament to what you all have helped build here in this community, and hopefully we will continue to expand that collaboration and build as we go forward, as we look to make more daring and tech demonstrations going forward, as well as Artemis continuing on with the next set of missions that is going on from there, for sure, in that particular. So I am very humbled by that aspect of it, because you know, when you have, you know, Nikki talked about a lot of these students and about thinking about working on something that's going to be on another planet. I remember when I started as an engineer 34 years ago, I never thought I would be able to land something on Mars, let alone 3 things when I started. It wasn't until well into my NASA career, 5 years in, that that opportunity presented itself. So my message to these young kids now, because of consortiums like LSIC, you guys can have that thought before you even graduate, not until you start working someplace and it happens later on. It's already all primed and ready for you to execute, to be part of these missions going forward. And so as you look to graduate and work in this field, looking towards working with community consortiums like LSIC is a very important mechanism for providing the advocacy to not only NASA leadership, but the national leadership about the types of things that we as a nation want to do. And I would say that we've been very successful just in a very short amount of time. And I want to thank you again and end on that note that appreciate all your help, and we'll continue to work with you all to take the next step in doing more daring things. Thank you for your time. Happy to take a couple of questions.
Great. First, I want to check, can the online participants hear me? Yep, we are good to go on that. Okay, so we've got a bunch of questions in Slido already, almost 20 questions. So we probably won't get to them all, but we're going to try to do our best to pick ones that have been highly voted that we think we can get to you that'll be good for you. So first question is, what do you see as the top priorities or technology that this community should focus on?
So I think you know, a number of the rankings that came on are kind of point to the types of things that we need to focus on, right? If we're going to have longer sustained presence on the lunar surface, we need to have a couple of things resolved and figure out how to do. Surviving the night, that is not an easy thing at all on the lunar surface, so technologies that enable that. Power, you know, just human civilization, what has limited any type of development and expansion is limiting it with power. So developing those power sources, especially when the sun is not shining on the moon, and distributing that power, distribution systems. Those, you know, a couple of those things there. We know the dust is another issue for longer presence on the lunar surface, that will be another aspect that will hinder the types of things we want to do. So focusing on some of those things right there will help everything after that we need to do to be able to do that. Some of the things that we already embark on, and hopefully these demonstrations that are coming to fruition very quickly here about communications and stuff, that's going to be a very important thing, and we hopefully will do that. So these types of foundational things, I think, would be the first things to kind of address, as we also look to invest in these longer term aspects of development, because if we wait for those longer term until that point, it's just going to take longer. So that doesn't mean that we're going to not start some of these other things, but we also need to keep an eye out, definitely invest in the more immediate things, but also put some markers down on these longer things that we talked about in those objectives of how those 9 objectives, how they've been bucketized into the first 3, the second 3, and then the last 3 there.
Great, and as a kind of a follow-up from another question on this one, you talked a lot about like the longer term things. What are some of the things that this community can do that would help impact and influence the decisions that you're making?
On there, so you know, the aspects that you know, we've just in 14 years, you know, a lot of how quickly we can move and the directness we can move is really a part of the the budget cycle as well as the election cycle that comes into it. And to the extent that we can create more of a continuity from year to year, election cycle to election cycle on the types of things we want to do, that maintains the momentum as we go forward. And so to the extent that we can be advocates of why we're doing this and the benefits of all this, I think it just helps maintain that momentum over time so that we're not going one step forward, one step back, one step forward, one step back on a regular cadence. And so maintaining that continuity, I think, is very important for us to maintain that progress that we're all looking to achieve over time. And so there is that aspect of it. And then I think amongst ourselves is, still staying engaged to make these things happen, right? I think that voice of community coming in, where the diversity of ideas that allow us to maybe come up with a kernel of something that we aren't so group thinking about, be it technical or process-oriented, doesn't really matter which one, is very important to maintain that type of flexibility so that we try to make the best decisions as we go forward.
Thank you. One thing we have here, we really appreciate all your conversation. We don't shy away from a lot of the hard questions, and one of the ones we have to ask today is, top voted question is about the JPL layoffs. For those of you who might not have already heard, you might want to, if you can say something about that. And the question specifically asks if they're a result of the Moon to Mars program.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last part there?
Yeah. Does today's layoffs at JPL affect, or are they a result of the Moon to Mars program?
I would say, this is, always difficult situations when these announcements occur. We are in the midst of budget challenge, right, at this moment. And so that is something that we as an agency and as a community will need to navigate going forward on how best to move from over time through these challenges going there. Some of the decisions within STMD are a reflection of those aspects of it that we are not quite ready to make plans yet because of some of the uncertainty that is brought on. I think the agency is focused on the Moon to Mars priorities that we have been conducting over the last few years, and we'll continue to do those until we get more clarity through the change in administrations as we go forward. And so until we hear more details on the priorities of this new administration, we're focused on continuing to maintain the progress that we have to this point, and we'll look for further direction as it comes through the new administration as they come into office.
Thank you. One question I'm trying to track it because it's rising really rapidly. The LIFT program has been, or the LIFT RFI and all of that has been quite a prominent topic in LSIC over the years. The question is, what can the community do to help ensure that LIFT happens in the future?
I think it comes back to a little bit of providing the context of what the value of whatever technology provides as we go forward into the architectures and mission sets as we go forward, right? And so conveying that aspect going forward from there. I think having your voice being continuously heard from that perspective of the important types of technology we want to develop. LIFT is certainly one of them, but there's others that are necessary as well to be able to enable missions like LIFT to occur. One aspect that we will look to continue doing is planning. As I said, we're creating a study group within the highest levels of the agency to try to bring all the mission directorates into a strategic execution of the ISRU strategy going forward. That will help to identify the near-term steps and the midterm steps and the longer-term steps of how we can go and execute missions such as LIFT 1. And so to the extent that you guys can engage and provide your thoughts and inputs from that to create a strategy that is resilient, that would be my comment right now, is to help maintain that as we work through the budget challenges as we go over for making some of these investments over time.
There's another question that gets at something that we've experienced in LSIC, which is that a lot of these lines are kind of blurry between the different domains and the different topic areas. So the question is, how do you transition between each of the domains? There's some infrastructure elements that need to be in place in time or evolve over time to achieve the sustainability goals that we have.
Right. So, so we're working through all the details of how our organizational structure will operate going forward. One aspect is there has to be cross discussion between all the domains. They are not to be silos themselves and not look at anything else. They are integrated as we go forward. Part of that is the leadership within the organization above the domains that look to stitch what's coming through, stitch together what's coming through out of each domain. Within those domains are those capability portfolios. And within those portfolios that are there, and all those areas, there will be a roadmap that we're underway to create. And all the linkages that have to happen between the various capability areas, either within the domain or across the domain, would be identified within those roadmaps. And that alone will provide some linkage between how a capability in one area needs to interface or rely on a capability in another area to provide that linkage and need. And so through that identification process of those roadmaps, we will see this interconnected aspect that will arise. And part of the leadership of the domain leads, as well as STMD leadership, is to stitch together those interconnectedness and making decisions that go in a phased manner in an appropriate way. And so that's how I see, as we flesh this out, how we stay together with all those domains. But the intent of them are not to be silo by themselves to be able to execute those directly.
Yeah, and actually another one of the top questions right now is kind of related to that, a follow-on almost. The enable domain specifically has technologies that support all of the other domains. So how does that affect the portfolio or prioritization, funding or otherwise?
So, I would say, that's why the process that we have is not just a crowdsourcing aspect of it. We take into account the interdependencies that come along with all these different technologies and the time phasing of them. And what we're looking to have through this investment process and a prioritization process is to bubble up a lot of these ideas so that they can be integrated into an overall investment plan that we go forward, right? And it's not isolated, it's ranked number 3, ranked number 1, and that's the only thing invested, right? There is linkages, as I talked about, of how a particular technology has to either rely on something else or has to be connected with something else, and that has to be part of the investment decision process so that an informed decision can be made regarding which investments and the timing thereof that can occur.
Great, and we're almost coming up to time, so I'm going to end with a question from a student. He asks, how did you start your career? How did you get into NASA? It's an international student who wants to work for NASA and is looking for opportunities and looking for what you could suggest.
Okay. So I think there's different paths. My path particularly is I came in as, in essence, an intern. I was getting my master's degree and I was working part-time in one of the NASA branches at NASA Langley Research Center at the time. That was in 1990. I guess I'm aging myself here. And I thought it was a great way to understand some of the practical aspects of the theoretical learning you're doing in schools. So like I said, from undergrad I went straight into master's, and the school I went to had an internship aspect with NASA Langley, and allowed me to get some practical experience, and I thought that was invaluable, I felt, right, to kind of help me understand what I'm learning, how that gets applied into real life situations in design, or even if you're just doing architecture trades and studies of the nature. And so that's how I started. When I finished my master's, I was fortunate that I was able to get hired on at NASA Langley, where I was doing that internship. And what I think, as I reflect back on my career, what allowed me to, I think, get a good foundation was early on, I did a lot of human Mars architectural studies when in early 1990s, with the first President Bush, we had the Space Exploration Initiative where we thought we were going to human missions to Mars at the time. And by doing those architectural trades and studies, it allowed me to get quite the breadth of understanding of how you make missions happen or what capabilities you need to make those happen. And, you know, when I came back, after 20 years, so for 20 years, I did real engineering as opposed to what I do now. And when the opportunity for space tech to get stand up in 2009, it almost came full circle to me, because it was back to when I started as a graduate student doing that internship and first started at NASA Langley. You know, when we were doing those things, we had no idea of how to make these capabilities happen. All this tech investment had to happen to put humans on Mars at that time. Over the last 20 some odd years, we as a nation did not invest in a lot of those things. And so the technology level didn't move much. And so when space tech started, it was almost full circle to me, as I saw it, is that, hey, now I can help make the decisions on all those things we needed back 20 years ago when I started to help make those decisions to move those maturation of the technology a little further. And that's how I came full circle into doing engineering design and came all the way into more strategic planning and tech development aspects of it. So my advice really is to try to get a broad understanding in a foundation area first that you can build off of over time, and use that as you can always rely on going to whatever area and field you want to do. Because I rely on that thought process from early on all the time. And I'm happy to talk to any students after the fact on a sidebar for sure.
Hey, Preston, I do want to note here that we have a student luncheon tomorrow planned. We do these at all the LSICs. It's meant to be kind of an informal opportunity for us to chat. We'll have early, mid, and later career folks in the different rooms. So if you have not signed up for that and you're interested, you can see someone at the front desk and we'll work that, and I hope to see many students there tomorrow.
All right. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you. So guys, we're gonna have this quick break. So go ahead and head out. If you have not picked up your t-shirt, please pick up your t-shirt, or we're gonna sell it. I'm just joking. But go pick it up so it doesn't get lost or you don't end up getting to pick that up. And our panelists for the next panel, 5 minutes before, please come to the front. Go get some coffee and get caffeinated, guys.
Check, 1, 2.
Check, 1, 2. Hello, Chris and Aaron. Can I get you both to turn on your cameras and microphones and do a quick sound and video check for us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
Cool.
Chris? Were you able to unmute? See it. Unmute, Chris. And if you can just say a few words.
Hi, John. This is Cheryl Williams. Chris is experiencing a microphone issue, connecting his
Okay.
microphone, or it's a browser issue. By the way, your microphone is very faint. But if you could help us troubleshoot that, that would be great.
Okay. So Chris, you're connected on your device and you've selected your microphone in your audio settings. You can just head shake. I can see you. Can you hear me? No. Oh, okay.
Hey, John, could we pause the music for a second so that we can hear you?
Yeah, we're pausing the music online. Yeah. Saying a browser issue. Interesting. Okay. Okay, yeah, go ahead and do that, Chris, and I'll look for you and promote you to panelist again. Okay, Aaron, I'm able to see you and I was able to hear you, so I think we're good to go there. Yeah, if you want to have your camera off for now and then turn it on when they start the session. Okay, Chris, I see you're back in as a panelist. I see your mic is on, but I'm not seeing any level from you, and I'm seeing that your camera is off at the moment. Let me do this only because I do see you as a panelist. I'm going to make you a co-host for a moment.
There we go. Now I'm in.
Oh, you're in.
Can you hear me?
Talk to me some more.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes,
Yep.
I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Awesome. Sorry about
All right.
that.
Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, so, if you want to turn your mic and camera off and then just turn them back on when you're introduced, I think we're good to go. Thank you. Okay, Cheryl, I think we're set. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Okay, everybody. I'm going to get you to, I hope you're caffeinated and all those good things. We got to get ready for a panel. Okay, everybody. Let's take a seat. There's a lot of seats in the front. Come sit by us and be our friend so we can learn all the things. Okay. Okay, everyone. Please take your seats. We want to make sure we have all the time today to have all the questions. Okay. So we are going to kick off our first panel of the day. I don't know if you saw our fresh off the presses Lunar Engineering 101 that's online. I like the woo. Yes, woo. It's excited and we love it. It's great. We will have some more videos coming out periodically, but we really wanted to highlight some of those skill sets from that panel. So I'm going to turn it over to Milena Graziano, who is our moderator.
Thank you, Jamie. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the fall meeting in Vegas. And now welcome to the first panel. I'm very honored to be able to moderate this one on lunar engineering. Before we begin, and as people are coming in, I really would like to acknowledge everybody that worked on Lunar Engineering 101. This has been a project that has been in development for quite a while. We wanted to make a product that was high quality, that was going to be useful for scientists, engineers, students, enthusiasts, anybody that was interested in developing systems for the moon and could be familiar with the environments that are on the moon, those extreme environments that we need to be ready for, test for, and have appreciation for, because they are very hard to design to. So if there's anybody here and online that worked on Lunar Engineering 101, would you mind standing up? I would really like to acknowledge the work that you did on that. So I see a lot of people. So if you don't mind clapping and thanking this group of subject matter experts online, if they are on Zoom and raise their hand, everybody had a contribution to this big project. So I'm very, very thankful. Today's panel is titled Lunar Engineering. We have a panel of subject matter experts in different space environments and their effects. But most importantly, they are sharing invaluable information and advice on how to test lunar systems for the moon's environments. A couple of reminders on logistics. I'm going to be presenting the panelists. You can submit questions at any time as they are speaking. When they are done, we will be collecting all of the questions, and then at the end of everybody's presentation, I will be going through them on Slido. If you really like one, please vote it up so it could be one of the first ones asked. And so please use that QR code that is in the screen to be able to submit your questions. So I'd like to begin with Erin Hayward, who is going to be joining us virtually. Erin is a Space Environmental Effects Engineer at NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, and she will be covering combined environmental effects. So Erin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I will be moving your slides.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Melina. Sorry, and there's a little bit of an echo on my side, so sorry if I stumble a little bit on my words. But thank you guys so much for inviting me to be on this panel with the specialty topic of combined environmental effects. Next slide, please, Melina. So I've been a part of the Space Environmental Effects team at NASA Marshall for just over 7 years now. Previously, my background was in nuclear engineering with a materials focus, so that's kind of how I ended up here because we do a lot of radiation testing here. And our team runs a number of unique in the world test systems that can simulate many of the aspects of different space environments, from low Earth orbit to deep space to near Jupiter to near the sun. Recently, we've had a big focus on lunar and planetary surfaces with our new combined effects chamber, which you saw on the first slide, Planet. And we run a wide variety of tests, from basic research on materials properties to full-scale system qualification testing. And every day is a little bit different around here, and every test needs kind of a different combination of factors to make it work. Next slide. Okay, so what do we know about combined effects? Of course, there are many different environmental factors on the moon, and we know that they can interact synergistically to affect technologies in ways that you wouldn't necessarily observe if only one environmental factor is at play. So on the moon, these include ultra-high vacuum, complex solar, wind, and plasma environment, ionizing and ultraviolet radiation, thermal extremes, impactors, reduced gravity, and kind of everyone's favorite topic right now, dust and regolith. So an obvious example of synergistic effects that everyone's probably already aware of is something like TVAC testing. So being in a vacuum environment eliminates one of your critical methods of heat transfer available in atmosphere, convection. And so thermal behavior of a test article is going to really change significantly if you run thermal cycles in a vacuum chamber versus in air. There are a lot more potential examples of synergistic interactions between two or more environments. I show a few of these on this slide. That's definitely not comprehensive. But for another example, an environment like ionizing radiation causes structural changes to a material through bond breaking and creation, implantation, and diffusion of atoms. And so temperature can affect how that damage evolves over time. And vacuum, or really in particular lack of oxygen, can affect what structures are created or recreated during irradiation. Another example is dust is strongly affected by and affects many other environments. So the adhesion properties change a lot in vacuum, and also depending on the vacuum level you reach. And solar, wind, and ultraviolet light can cause charging of the dust, which again affects adhesion. So thermal properties of a system can greatly change when covered with even an invisible layer of dust particles. So as you can see, there are a lot of other examples of potential synergistic effects that might drive us to combined effects testing. My next point is 100% fidelity in a test setup is not possible. we know that we can't accurately replicate all aspects of the lunar environment in any kind of test chamber on Earth. And honestly, we can't even replicate any single environment with perfect fidelity. So, understanding the causal physical mechanisms of an environment can make sure that we're capturing the most important parts. But we are always going to be missing something, even with the most advanced combined effects test setups. Next point, LEO and GEO are not the same thing as the lunar surface. Although a lot of the environmental aspects are transferable from Earth orbit to the lunar surface, not all of them are. For example, radiation environment can be pretty different due to Earth's magnetic field in Earth orbit than it is on the surface of the moon, and there's also no atomic oxygen on the moon. So we really have to be careful about assuming test data, even from LEO or GEO, is predictive of what we're going to see on the moon. And so what do we not know about combined effects testing? So first, there's this huge combinatorial space of possible combined environments. And what I kind of mean by that is it's hard to test all the possible conditions to really fully understand what's causing your impacts to your test equipment. And it can be kind of hard to gather data from previous test campaigns to understand how it applies to your tests. So, just testing in vacuum, that's clear enough until you think, okay, what level of vacuum am I testing at? Now I want to throw in temperature. So what are the extremes I'm going to? How many cycles am I running? Now I want to add in radiation. So what particle types am I doing? What energies are they at? What's their flux? Are we doing that irradiation when it's cold? How cold is that irradiation happening at? So you can kind of see that the matrix of combined test configurations gets really large, and I would argue that we really don't have it fully mapped out. Maybe we don't need to, though. Next, so when we run laboratory testing, it's almost always accelerated because we don't want to wait for the entire lifetime of the test article to get the data we need. So if something's going to be in space for 15 years, we don't want to run, a 15-year test before it even launches. And so some of these environments tolerate more acceleration than others. So for example, ultraviolet can be only typically accelerated 2 or 3 times, or you get a lot of heating effects, while total ionizing dose is usually accelerated by hundreds of times. And so I think this generally works and is fine, but we do have some knowledge gaps on when these assumptions on acceleration break down, especially when we're starting to combine environments. So if you're irradiating something with electrons and ultraviolet photons at the same time, and those are happening at really different rates, are you truly getting the true synergy, or is it more useful to do those tests independently and try to understand the effects independently? And so that kind of ties back into the point above about the huge possibility space of testing, where you just have a lot of things to consider. Next point, we're really pretty limited in our ability to incorporate some environments with others. So one of those that comes to mind is lowered gravity in combined effects tests. There are ways to do gravity offload in ground-based testing, but they're kind of difficult to put in vacuum chambers a lot of times. There are also alternative methods like parabolic flights, but then it's hard to bring your big complex test system with a vacuum chamber to run a long duration test on a parabolic flight. So gravity, I don't think is necessarily one of the most important aspects for a lot of test campaigns. It is a little bit easily separable, but it is something we don't really know how to do very well. Next slide, please, Lena. So engineering recommendations. So even though I'm kind of here as the combined environment SME, I do want to emphasize that both sequential and simultaneous test strategies have their place. It's not always the best decision to pack as many environments as possible into a single test, even if you have the capability. Single environment tests, or maybe like dual environment tests if you're doing, say, thermal vacuum, they're often easier and cheaper to set up, and they'll get you a lot of the information you need in many cases. So at Marshall, again, we have the Planet Chamber, which is really meant to replicate as many aspects of the lunar surface as is practical in kind of this medium-sized chamber. But we still have been, since we've got this chamber running, we still have been, pointing some people to go do testing in other systems because you don't necessarily need the full combined environment. So it's important to understand, what your test requires and what you're trying to get out of it. If you are going to do sequential testing, the order the environments are applied in does matter. So in general, you want to degrade the material first and then stress it. So for example, say you want to analyze the mechanical strength of a material that's going to be exposed to ionizing radiation in space for 15 years with lots of thermal cycles. So you might want to irradiate that sample when it's cold. But if you can't do that, you would want to perform the irradiation before the thermal cycling so that the atomistic damage can occur and then evolve through the temperature changes. And then you would do kind of the pull testing for the strength of end of life. Future needs, there are a few things I see being useful for combined testing in the future. Although many labs do have some in situ analysis capabilities, I'd love to see more of this. By in situ, I'm really specifically referring to tests that are run in vacuum. And it's really hard to do a lot of these, final characterization of properties in the actual vacuum chamber when you have all this other equipment in there. When you do reintroduce a test article to air, which inevitably happens if it's interacting with people, you can do tricks like nitrogen storage, et cetera, but it's probably going to see some air at some point. That can change the structure and function of your test article again. And so this is super test specific, but as much in situ characterization as we can get is awesome. The thing I'm probably most excited about, and I think will have the most effect on how we do combined testing for the moon, is getting actual more ground truth results from the moon itself. We're going to be getting a lot of this in the coming years, and it's really exciting because we have a lot of thoughts on how charging and dust adhesion can be real problems. We can make really educated guesses on how to do the best test setups right now, but I think there's probably some details we're getting wrong. Are the simulants we're using the right ones? How many different simulants do we need to simulate different parts of the moon? And so comparing the real hardware on the real moon is really going to help us calibrate and focus our ground testing to be most effective and efficient. And so again, and then the last point, anti-gravity technology is just it's kind of fun, but it'd be really cool to have a lab scale anti-gravity system that didn't interfere with my other environments like charged particle radiation. So I think that's all I got from my presentation, and I'll hand it back. Thanks.
Thank you, Erin, very much. We'll promptly go to our next speaker. We have Parks Easter, who is a research associate at the Florida Space Institute, and he will talk about regolith and simulants.
Right, next slide, I think. Hello, my name is Parks Easter. I have a bachelor's in civil engineering with a focus in geotechnical engineering from UCF, the University of Central Florida. I've worked for the XLF lab for about 5 years now, characterizing lunar, Martian, and asteroid simulants. I've developed multiple new simulants such as LHS-1D, 2E, and LSP-2. And I've also designed and built a 10 by 10 meter Lunar Highlands regolith bin, currently available for testing. And then I've written a few different papers on regolith geotechnical properties, regolith simulant geotechnical properties. And I'm working on a few different STTRs as well. Next slide. So, what do we know about lunar regolith and simulants? We generally know mineralogy. We know what major minerals to expect across the lunar surface. We have samples from the Apollo missions, from Luna missions, from the Chang'e missions, and we have lunar meteorites as well. We have a general understanding of particle size range, which is essentially all the particle ranges possible, all the particle sizes possible. We understand how fine lunar regolith can get, very fine. And we have a general idea of the geotechnical characteristics of of lunar regolith. So we have in situ data on geotechnical characteristics, such as shear strength, porosity, cohesion, angle of internal friction, angle of repose, just to name a few. So we understand ranges for all of these things, and we can test for end cases, which are important for a lot of engineering applications. End cases are really what you want to know. What we don't know is the characteristics at a specific site. So site-specific mineralogy, we have no clue the exact composition of each site, that a rover lander will be going to. We don't know the exact proportions of the major components, trace or minor components. We do not know the site-specific particle size distribution either. You know, we all like to look at the mean particle size distribution for lunar regolith, and that's what we want in every single simulant that we, you know, get or test with. That's not realistic, you know, whatsoever. We can't assume that the mean particle size distribution is actually going to represent a site at all. You know, it would be silly to, you know, if we were observing Earth from some other location to say, oh, you know, Earth is sand, you know, because it's mostly sand. That's not really how it works. We do not know site-specific geotechnical characteristics either. You know, we have a range of geotechnical characteristics, but that does not mean whatsoever that, you know, when we go to Shackleton Crater, when we go to different sides of the moon, that these characteristics are going to match what we saw from the Apollo missions. We also, I think everyone in here knows this, that we have really no clue how ice and regolith interact on the moon, you know, assuming they do interact. We have no comprehensive understanding. We don't know what it looks like. We don't know how it will mine. We don't even really know what it's made of. So that's something that we have no clue about. The properties of regolith are dependent on each site. Additionally, geotechnical testing on Earth does not work without multiple kilograms of regolith. There's no geotechnical firm on Earth that would take a few grams of a sample from a site and say, you know, build using this. You know, really until we get multiple kilograms of regolith from NASA to do some geotechnical testing on, we can't say we have any clue the actual geotechnical characteristics of a large-scale site on the lunar surface. Next slide. Just to give a bit of context here, it's going to be a bit hard to read for me, but you can see some of the highlighted portions in the top left, and these are portions from the NASA Handbook of Lunar Soils, where it says that, you know, any rocks greater than 1 centimeter were removed from analysis. You know, they ended up doing less than 1 millimeter, 1 to 2 millimeters, 2 to 4, and 4 to 10. And then you can see all the charts where that's reflected in the data. So you can see bottom left, I believe that's from the you know, Lunar Sourcebook. On the right side, that's a really well-cited paper from Carrier. And you can see on all of these that it goes from, you know what, 0.001 millimeter to 1 centimeter. You know, as an engineer, as someone who may not be familiar in geotechnical engineering, this really implies that the regolith stops at 1 centimeter, which is not true whatsoever. You're going to have gravel, you're going to have rocks, you're going to have boulders, and it's not just going to be regolith up to 1 centimeter and then the occasional boulder. You know, how was this regolith formed? It was formed through the destruction of, you know, the impacts that happened on boulders, on rocks. You're going to have pretty much every range of particles you can think of. You know, you could, with your rover, land and just happen upon a gravel area where some boulder was, you know, destroyed by some micrometeorite impacts, and you're not going to find whatsoever the average particle size distribution. Okay, so definitely don't rely on the average values that you see in these, you know, in these source books, in these guidebooks. You know, test your end cases. Next slide. I think. Yeah, so pretty much what I already said. You know, some general considerations. Don't use your average sourcebook values. Test your end cases. You know, if you're doing excavation, you want to test it with gravel. You want to test with ultrafines. You want to test with the averages as well. Similarly, you know, if a simulant that you're using isn't the exact average, it's not the end of the world, because that is something you can very realistically find as long as it's within the, you know, the sizes that you would expect to see on the moon. Accurate mineralogy matters. Mineralogy drives geotechnical characteristics. You know, you can try all you want to make a geotechnical simulant that is only doing geotechnical characteristics, but what do geotechnical characteristics come down to? They come down to grain density, you know, chemistry, things like that that are inherent to the mineralogy. And then, of course, everything will be covered in regolith. Really important. Future needs, I'll go through real quick. You know, we really need some particle size separation technology. Sieving will be a very key technology on the lunar surface. You know, everyone kind of assumes it'll be there and I can use it, you know, how I want. It's not really developed yet. And then bulk regolith testing. Like I said, you know, we don't really get 1 to 2 kilograms of testing from NASA of the actual lunar regolith to do geotechnical testing with, but we're really going to need that to actually do development on the moon. So it would be great if everyone could get together and, use 1 to 2 kilograms of actual regolith at some point.
Thank you very much. Excellent. I only see a few questions on Slido, so please, as the presentations go along, remember to submit some so your questions are fresh and you don't forget, and also that we can vote them up. Next is Christopher Klein, who will be presenting virtually. He is a hypervelocity impact subject matter expert at NASA Johnson Space Center, and he will speak on hypervelocity impacts. Can you hear us, Christopher?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, perfect. All right, well, hi, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I am one of the MMOD protection leads in the Hypervelocity Impact Technology Group at NASA Johnson Space Center, and of course, leave it to NASA to have an acronym in my title, but MMOD stands for micrometeoroid and orbital debris. So it's our group's job to protect against all of that nasty little bits that fly around very fast in space and are a threat to any type of spacecraft or lunar operation. So next slide, please. Just a little bit about myself. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there today. I really wanted to be for 2 reasons. First was to meet all these wonderful engineers and scientists. So if I don't get a chance to talk with you and have some questions, my email is up in the top right-hand corner. But second, I am from Las Vegas. So I was born in the now demolished women's hospital that was only about 1.5 miles away from campus. And I did my bachelor's and master's in the geoscience department with Dr. Pamela Burnley, predominantly doing rock physics and rock deformation, and then ended up getting into shock physics for my postdoc after my PhD at Australian National. My NASA work experience, the first 5 years, I was in the planetary impact lab as a research scientist and ultimately as the lab manager. There, I concentrated mostly on impact crater formation, so doing a lot of experiments for understanding blocky regoliths, using regolith simulants like you just heard about to understand cratering and more realistic targets. I also did shock recovery experiments, and we have a 2-stage light gas gun that was used for more high velocity and high energy shots, melting type experiments. And for the last 1.5 years, I've been in the MMOD group, and our group's job is mainly protecting crewed and robotic spacecraft and mitigating the risk due to MMOD. And I'll talk a little bit about how we do that in the next slides. So if you can go ahead and advance. All right, perfect. So what we know about MMOD. So what's very clear is that there is a risk to all hardware that goes into space. If it's in LEO, GEO, on the lunar surface, NRHO, whatever it is, there is a risk from orbital debris if you're around Earth's orbit, and micrometeoroids if you're beyond Earth's orbit. The speeds of these particles can be fantastic. Orbital debris, you're talking up to 15 kilometers a second, and meteoroids up to around 70 kilometers a second. So these particles carry a huge amount of energy and momentum with them. So as part of our group's daily operations, we conduct about 300 to 400 hypervelocity tests with our partners at White Sands Test Facility. This is a remote location of Johnson Space Center. And there they have 3 2-stage light gas guns that vary in size from the small 17 caliber, which is about 0.5 centimeter, up to the large 1-inch bore gun, about 2.5 centimeter, it's an inch. So that is the bread and butter of how we go about understanding the risks associated with these incredibly energetic particles. So if we're talking lunar surface, the first thing that has to be said is that as of right now, there's no orbital debris for lunar operations. But this should be considered for transit phases. So if you're operating something on the lunar surface and you're going to be in a checkout orbit for a while in LEO, those risks can add up. So it's just something that we come across quite a bit, that you still need to understand the entire risk profile as you're transitioning through these orbital debris bands and moving up out to cislunar and lunar operations. Now, specifically on the lunar surface, there are some considerations that we don't have for the ISS, which would be secondary ejecta from primary impacts that are occurring on the surface. So in the bottom right-hand corner, you're seeing just a plain sand target that I impacted around 1.5 kilometers a second to show you what the ejecta plume is. So the material that's coming out and excavating that crater. On the moon's surface, this material is obviously much slower than primary ejecta, but for the types of shields that we typically use for MMOD, those speeds can be particularly damaging. So if you have questions about that, I'd be more than happy to talk your head off about the physics involved. I don't have too much time to go into all those details, but just know that this is a consideration that we make for doing risk assessments on the lunar surface. And the current environment file environment definition is that what was created in the Apollo era. So there's a new version of that coming out soon, but currently we're kind of stuck with a very old version. Mitigation techniques. What we really want to do is understand where the asset is going to be operating. That's going to really help you design the shielding to protect against the exact threat that would be what we call the risk driving particle for your specific situation. Next slide. So what we don't know, when I took over this position about 1.5 years ago, I was taking over from someone that's been doing MMOD research for about 35 years. And in the span of his career, he spent a lot of time on the shuttle program and building the ISS and sustaining the ISS. So a lot of our focus has been in low Earth orbit. Operating in the lunar environment, even though we've had the Apollo program, is relatively new. We don't have a sustained presence there. So understanding the risk from an environment that's predominantly dominated by meteoroids is something that we're trying to grapple with. I did mention earlier the extreme velocities of these particles. Meteoroids can get up to around 70 kilometers a second, and that's far beyond any of our testing capabilities. So what we currently use is hydrodynamic impact simulations or hydrocodes to help us extend the range of test data. So what you're seeing in the upper right-hand corner is us comparing an impact into a metal aluminum plate in the experiment to a hydrocode simulation. We tweak these physical parameters of inside the hydrocode model until we get a match that we're happy with. And then once we benchmark those results, it allows us to extrapolate out to conditions much farther beyond what you can actually obtain in the lab. And in the bottom left, you're seeing a hydrocode simulation of a radiator panel that's meant to be in cislunar and lunar operations. So this really helps us understand these rather exotic environments that currently there's just no technology to test for. Next slide, please. So our MMOD recommendations. There's different shields for different applications, and I've chosen here one of the most pathologically extreme complex examples that we have, which is the ISS. So what you're seeing in the upper right-hand corner is a finite element model of the ISS, where all of those different colors are different geometric descriptions of the MMOD shields. It could be different types, it could be maybe different thicknesses, different materials, but all of them are going to have a different resistance to MMOD particles. And so in the bottom left, you're seeing some examples of common MMOD shields that we would use. What's called a Whipple shield, where we have two metallic plates with a certain standoff. The ISS implements a lot of stuffed Whipple designs where we add in some ceramic cloth and ballistic fabric to arrest the debris cloud created from these impacts a little bit better. And then we have flexible shields, which are very in fashion for inflatables. And certain designs that are being put forward by a lot of commercial partners. These can be particularly robust against MMOD particles and are usually some of the most capable shields that we fly. And the main tool that we use to assess MMOD risk, no matter what the environment is, lunar surface, NRHO, LEO, is a code that was written and maintained from NASA for the last 2.5 decades called BUMPER. And this uses that finite element model that you see in the upper right-hand corner and exposes it to the environments that are of interest. So we can either expose it to the orbital debris environment, the meteoroid, the lunidary secondary ejecta. And what it'll do is it'll sum up all of the impacts. It'll assess, will that particle fail that shield or not? And then you get a statistic of a probability of no penetration, or PNP, which if you're in the hardware business, you've probably heard of. This is a reliability number that will define what is the necessary requirements to meet to not fail your hardware for the specific time of operation. And Bumper really helps us identify risk drivers, hone in on those. So you're seeing some impact results on the bottom right-hand panel of the ISS, where we expect the most impacts. Should we maybe make directional shielding, beef it up on a certain side relative to another? Another consideration I've listed here is just spatial distribution. So a lot of times there's redundancy in systems, but they can be failed with a single MMOD strike. So this is something that we typically look for when we're helping partners design hardware. And next slide, please. This is my last one. Some of our future needs. We, of course, need more refined information on the impactor environment, especially on the lunar surface. I mentioned the current secondary eject environment is from Apollo. There's a new one that's just about to come out, but there's other risks associated with maybe plume interactions that we currently don't have good definitions for, or we're working on methodologies for incorporating that into our risk assessments. So returned hardware can be incredibly useful in understanding the environment. So what you're seeing here are pictures of some damage on Dragon capsules. That this is a collection in the bottom image of a few different Dragon flights with impact locations indicated on them and some micrographs of those damage. We use these to identify what particle created those holes and get a real understanding of the environment in situ. This is our best tool to understand the environment, which is difficult for lunar operations, but impact detectors, this kind of information can really help feed our environments and help refine these models as we move into the future and more sustained operations. Something to keep in mind for future needs is loss of mission vehicle and evacuation. We often work with those requirements for, say, time to evacuate the ISS. There's something that happened. For lunar operations, this is obviously a little bit more difficult. So there's some more care and consideration that have to go in when looking at those failure modes from an MMOD standpoint. And I think I'm over time, so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I begrudgingly have to warn speakers of the time, but I'm nerding out so much because the slides are so good. Thank you again. Okay, our next speaker is Justin Licker, who is the Chief Technologist for the Space Environmental Effects Engineering Group, and also a radiation and surface charging subject matter expert. So Justin will talk about radiation.
How much time do I have?
You have 6 minutes,
Okay.
technically, but
Okay, let's go. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time covering. Oh, I can drive myself. All right.
yes.
I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time giving content here, but just illustrating what my background is, and hopefully introduce areas where you should ask me questions, which I would be happy to field. Brief biography. I'm not going to read it except to say I've come from industry, so I've been hardware focused for like 20 years. My background is very much in cumulative dose effects, although primarily on microelectronics, single event effects, and spacecraft charging. But again, the takeaway is really hardware focused. So from concept development through requirements definition to V&V. So anything related to hardware, I would love to take questions on this. You guys did give me an and, so I'm talking on radiation and charging. So I've doubled the amount of charts, but again, I'm endeavoring to get through these quickly. And I tried to kind of set this up in what do we know, what do we don't know across from each other. So what do we know from a radiation standpoint? Again, focus primarily on microelectronics here. We can do a pretty good job in determining climatological type environments, right? We can reasonably well tell you what is your dose rate going to be over mission durations. Less so when it comes to, I'll use the term lunar space weather. So in areas where you're looking for high fidelity when it comes to spatial or temporal correlations, it's really difficult to say, I know what the weather is going to be here tomorrow, right? So we can do climatological stuff pretty well, less so when we need real spatial or temporal resolution. We know what the hazards are, right? We know cumulative dose effects, we know dose rate effects, we know single event effects. Those hazards are going to be independent of the mission assurance posture that your particular project looks to implement. So whether it's, you know, a human mission or a Class D, you know, a .8 mission, those hazards are going to be the same. It's really going to be the risk associated with that, fault tolerance associated with that, that are going to be different. To the point where you can probably get by using non-rad hard, non-rad tolerant parts, and we know how to do risk assessments. We know how to test these parts at the part level, at the system level, at the board level. What we don't know really is the traceability when it comes to using these. So if we're talking off-the-shelf avionics grade parts, you're giving up lot-to-lot traceability. And we don't necessarily have it all figured out how to handle that with quantified risk. So that's an area where, you know, we still struggle a little bit. Test optimization is a big one, and it's not just in this community, it's across the radiation effects community. How to use the limited test time we have in an optimized manner. Quickly now, onto charging. You'll notice some themes here. Again, we can pretty well define charging on a climatological timescale. So fluences, nominal fluxes, so over the course of mission type characteristic timescales. Less so when it comes to needs of spatial and temporal resolution, right? So if you're going to be operating in crater X at time blah, under lighting conditions blah, under thermal conditions blah, that gets really difficult from a charging standpoint as well. We have reasonable insights into the combination of combined effects. So everything that Aaron was talking about earlier, we generally understand the influence of temperature on resistivity, on radiation, on dose rate, on specific materials. We may not necessarily have all the answers for all of the specific materials, but we generally understand things at a high level. Dust makes things more difficult. Motion makes things more difficult. This is from a testing standpoint, but also from a modeling standpoint. So from a modeling side, we have a number of sort of bespoke academic type codes that do portions of this complicated thing really well, and it's really good for specific applications, but being able to take that and kind of pull it over to the engineering side where the focus is more on V&V, there's probably gaps there that can be exploited and turned into opportunities to make things better. Quickly onto recommendations. Again, this is now back to radiation. Kind of want to foot stomp that from a mission concept, mission design standpoint, microelectronics are everything, right? So we have a lot of great ideas that can be realized by figuring out how to incorporate high-end, high-performance electronics. And from a general statement, you know, we kind of have ideas on how to do this. You don't necessarily need to be taking everything to the really difficult to get into heavy ion accelerators, for example, to test for single event effects. There are alternate ways to quantify risk. Maybe it means proton testing your box. Maybe it means enhanced use of AI and machine learning, things like that. We talked about data, right? So there are low cost, low swap sensors available to start increasing the amount of data we can get from the lunar surface. In a general sense, this is, you know, largely, come look at my future needs column here. I'll just stress the last one here on the materials property results. So the kind of the go-between between modeling and testing is building up the database of raw material properties that are needed to do a lot of the high-end modeling we need. The message is probably similar to charging. I'll kind of stomp the general consideration here is that this is also is mission agnostic. So whether you're Class A, Class D mission, the charging hazard is going to be the same. The goodness of all of this awesome mod sim capabilities we had is going to be tied to the quality of the material properties that go in. So things like secondary electron yield, photo emission effects, conductivity, all of this is going to be dependent on how well we have that modeled at the basic material property level. It's getting a lot of attention in the international community. I think you all know that. We had specific sessions on this at the recent Spacecraft Charging Technology Conference. You could see some of my thoughts here on future needs. You know, the lab that Aaron introduced, the Planet Lab, fits this in a really nice niche role, right? So you can imagine really elaborate, really complex, large-scale laboratories, say on the scale of like rovers, and you can imagine more academic, smaller labs doing basic measurements. Planet fits that gap really well in that it scales kind of that in between just perfectly. So kudos to them for bringing that online. And I'll close with that, but certainly welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. You can pass it to Paul. Next, we have Paul Van Susant, who is an assistant professor at the Michigan Technological University. Paul will speak on dirty thermal vacuum testing.
Welcome. So I like to call it a dusty thermal vacuum chamber, by the way, not dirty thermal vacuum chamber, but they are both used anyway. A little bit about myself. I founded this lab 5 years ago and I became an assistant professor. And since then we've got about, $5 million of funding from various sources. You can see the type of projects we do at the bottom right in the org chart of my lab. I'm not going to bore you with that, but it just shows you there's a lot going on. The main difference I want to highlight is that we do research in combination with various partners, and then we also facilitate a lot of testing. Those are the orange boxes. And so we do a lot of testing with industry that want to use the facility that we have, and that includes that dusty thermal vacuum chamber specifically. One back, I think. No. Okay, there we go. Lunar and Mars techning. So we do a bunch of different things. So we focus on the interaction with the regolith. So we have a dusty thermal vacuum chamber because 5 years ago I figured out there was a need for that testing capability. There were not a lot of chambers available that could do that. And so we have been, in a way, playing around with this dusty thermal vacuum chamber, particularly in heavy interaction with the lunar regolith. If you want to process it, you first have to pick it up. And so we've been focusing on picking it up, transferring it, and then determining its properties, whether they are icy or not. We can do icy regolith in our vacuum chamber as well. The challenge is that when you want to do these larger scale tests in our vacuum chamber, and our vacuum chamber is about 2 meters by 1.5 meters by 1.5 meters, you kind of have to do the preparation outside of the chamber and then roll that test bed in the vacuum chamber. The problem is that the regolith is so fine that it traps the air. And so even if you create a vacuum, there's still air in between the particles inside the chamber. And so your thermal properties are still not the same as they would be in vacuum because of that trapped air in the regolith. And so even though you can do regolith testing in a vacuum chamber, you really need to pay attention to how you prepare that. And so we figured out several ways to do that inside the vacuum chamber. So we can create test beds that have no more trapped air so that you can then get proper thermal properties, for example, and that includes mixing with ice and other things. And we found that that trapped air actually greatly affects its behavior. And so even though you might do testing in atmospheric conditions or testing in the vacuum chamber, but with regolith that is prepared outside the vacuum chamber, you really have to be careful. Static tests, pretty okay, even if there's trapped air. When there's any dynamic effects, think like excavation, that trapped air, when you excavate it and disturb it, the trapped air is suddenly going to release and puff out and greatly affect the excavation forces, for example. And so we've been working on methods to really figure out which test do you have to do in vacuum and which test you can do in atmospheric conditions where it doesn't make that much difference. And so these are just some pictures showing the various different kind of tests that we do. The other part is that, like I said, we have some facilities, and those facilities are available for use with other people. And so the dusty thermal vacuum chamber you see in the top left, we work with large quantities of lunar regolith. I also have a poster of that outside, but we have about 25 metric tons of it that we mix with ice and do tests with in the vacuum chamber, but also outside of it. The challenge is when you work with the regolith is that once you've used it and done tests of it, you have to reconstitute it afterwards. And so if you mix ice into it and you've done your test, now you have a wet regolith and you can't use that for your next test. So you first have to dry it. So we've got a big drying container that does that. But I can tell you from experience, drying 18,000 kilograms of wet regolith dust takes a long time. And so you need the facilities to do that. Anyway, another thing that we deal with is excavation forces. So we work with IC Regolith, park system monitoring that we don't know what that looks like. So we have an opportunity here to test various different compositions of lunar regolith mixed with ice, whether it's cemented, granular, or even sort of cemented together. All right, so back to the dusty TVEC analysis. We know a lot of things about working in vacuum, largely driven by what happens in space and also from the lunar Apollo experience. Lots of material properties are important, things like off-gassing. But when we talk about mining and things like that, specifically dealing with the regolith, you can't avoid the regolith. You constantly interact with it. So how do you design for systems that are in the regolith, not quite 24/7, but have to last a long time? Right, the Apollo spacesuits, the seals had degraded by 80% after 3 days of interaction with that. So doing a lot of tests in the vacuum chamber with dust and then doing that for long periods of time is really, really critical. Lubricant challenges, if you have moving parts, things like motors and joints and things like that, it's very important to figure out how does that hold up? Does it off gas? And we know that over short periods of time quite well. But how do you do that over 10 years when you're constantly in the regolith? How do the seals hold up? We know that those are important parts and factors, but we don't quite know how to design for those things. We haven't really have enough experience with that. The electrostatic dust behavior was mentioned before, and that's one of the challenges we really don't know. And we can't really simulate them as well. We can charge our particles with electron beams and things like that, but it still is not going to behave the same like it does on the moon. So even though we can do vacuum chamber tests, that behavior is really not known at this point. And so that's a big question. And the other one is ice content and things like that. If we're going to excavate, mine the ice, then understanding how to design your systems properly, we're going to have to test for a range of systems, a range of different ice contents, because again, we don't know what it exactly is. Plus, it can vary from place to place. And I think that's probably one of the main things from a geotechnical standpoint. We can't find the answer for you for a lunar regolith. There is not one friction angle. There is a range that you can expect on site. And the same goes for ice content and other properties. And so you need to test for a range, express it in a factor of safety, if you will. All right, then some recommendations. My main one is dust, dust, dust. Meaning that there's going to be dust everywhere. We can try to avoid it, but you cannot totally avoid it. It is always a challenge, and we're going to need to learn how to deal with that. Now, we can minimize that impact, of course, but we have to first understand what its impact is, so we can then figure out what the best way to mitigate it is. But that requires testing. So the tricky part is that it's not just the dust. The combined testing is really important, right? So if you talk about how dust is going to affect seals, well, temperature is going to affect the material properties as well. So you need to combine the dust with the cold temperatures, for example, and then the long duration testing as well. When we deal with icy material, you never want to get liquid water in your vacuum chamber. That causes violent boil off and things like that. And so the key is to freeze everything, like your equipment, your lunar regolith, your ice. You mix it all, you prepare it, and then you put it in the vacuum chamber so it never ever melts, never gets cold or not warm enough to melt. And then you create your vacuum very quickly. And so that process of loading into the vacuum chamber and preparing is really important when you do those tests. So we can do it in about 20 minutes from done preparing to going in the vacuum chamber and creating our vacuum chamber. But that also means you need to have enough thermal mass in the system that you don't melt anything. It doesn't warm up quick enough. And then the other part is you got to plan for your reconstitution of your regolith. I was just talking about some proving ground facilities where they have large regolith test beds, and they had not thought about how they were going to reconstitute the test bed afterwards, after you've done test. How do you refluff it up? How do you make sure you have your right bulk density layering in the system? Or in our case, when you have large icy regolith, how do you then dry it afterwards again? So you have to think about the logistics. That icy regolith that I was just mentioning, the 18 metric tons, took us 2 months to dry it again. Basically 24/7, well, shift of drying. Fortunately, I always say that my student labor is cheap, but my students say that they're being sent to the regolith mines to go, dry regolith. So, but anyway, the point is that there's a lot of logistics that come with that. It's not easy when you do things at these large scales, and we do test like continuously on these things. So there's some future needs. I'm not going to read through all of them, but I think the key is large scale and long duration specifically. We have to understand how these long-term effects are going to influence our designs. And we do a lot of those tests with industry partners. We're actually preparing for a 42-day long test in our dusty thermal vacuum chamber here coming up over the winter break, which is not so great, but either way, it's going to be exciting. And the last one, I wanted to show you some videos here highlighting the difference between doing a test in atmosphere. That's the left one. That's just an atmosphere. That's in this case an excavation system. And as you can see, their dust is fine, and this is what you expect when you deal with a lot of dust. You get these dust clouds, right? And it gets worse and worse, by the way. So as the video would continue, you would see that whole space becoming full of dust, basically. Now, on the middle and the right, you can actually see. Hold on, the middle one doesn't play, I don't think. Let's see. Not sure that I can start the video. Anyway, the point is that when you're in a vacuum, that dust behavior that you used to does not occur. And in the video, when you would be excavating, that video on the right, it actually stays looking just as clean as it is now, even though we are excavating and dumping the fine regolith into a chute in this case to move it around. And so the point of this video is to show that what we are trained to expect when we talk about dust does not happen on the moon or in vacuum conditions. We've had very big differences when we talk about regolith flow, excavation, and how dust spreads. And the reason that's important is because the dust will spread different to different parts of your system. And so where you may need more dust protection might be very different in atmospheric conditions than under vacuum conditions because it transfers ballistically. Now, the big wrench in there is the electrostatic charging, and that's the one unknown that we can't test very well for. That I want to end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, last but not least, we have Emerson Spiro, who is an associate research scientist at Intuitive Machines and will speak on illumination.
Okay, so to give you a little background, I got my degrees in mechanical engineering and math, manufacturing engineering, and exploration systems design and systems engineering. And so with all that engineering background, I joined 2 science teams. And so I'm a co-I on the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter camera, where we've been mapping the entire surface of the moon. I think we've covered about 98% of the actual lunar surface when it's illuminated with images. And from that, we've created illumination maps of both poles with wide angle cameras showing where on the surface is illuminated and for how long throughout the lunar year. And then I've also joined the ShadowCam science team, where we're looking into the shadowed portions of the moon that we can't image with the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter camera, and studying PSRs and diffuse secondary lighting, and identifying surface changes that happen within PSRs. And recently I've been joined Intuitive Machines, where we've been looking at solar illumination and Earth visibility for modeling illumination conditions and surface operations for IM-1 and IM-2 and other missions. So what do we know about illumination? We know that there's extreme variability. That's one thing we know for sure, especially at the poles. Is so we have some areas of the poles that are persistently illuminated, can be illuminated for 90% of the year or more. But then right next to it are going to be areas that are in permanent shadow and never receive any illumination. We've explored this with many data sets. First was Clementine, where we used images to map out how much illumination is available at different regions. We then did it with the wide angle camera with LRO. And then Kaguya and Lola ended up doing modeling of the illumination conditions. And so now we have a pretty good understanding over, the 18-year cycle of the moon, how much each portion of the moon is illuminated for. One other thing that we know is that we have these grazing sun angles. So the sun is just grazing across the horizon, and that creates a pretty unique environment where you're going to have a lot of potential changes in your illumination conditions in very short processions of time. For example, you could be illuminated for 10 days and then go into shadow for 10 days, come out of illumination or come out of shadow and be illuminated, but only for a couple hours, and then you're tossed back into shadow again. So it creates a really dynamic environment that you have to look at hourly. There's potential for stability of volatiles near the surface. When you think about this, and this is in the illuminated portion of the terrain, when you think about the incoming energy, it's kind of a cosine of the incidence angle. And when you have a surface that's pretty much parallel to the ecliptic plane, you're not really heating it up that much. And so there is potential for surface volatiles within the top few centimeters to meters. And then you also have temperature extremes. So for example, in the sunlit portions of the poles, you can expect temperatures around 270 Kelvin. And then you can go delve into a PSR and you can be at 40 degrees Kelvin. What we don't know is we kind of have incomplete data when it comes to the illumination cycles. So we did all that work in the past where we created these maps and we published these maps and they're all great. But when you actually go and fly a mission, you really need to know, okay, is it illuminated for the 10 days I care about? Do I see the Earth for the 10 days I care about? And you have to start modeling it for those specific time periods. And if you have longer missions, for example, if you want to do a long traverse or something like that, you have to start mapping those out hourly and keeping an eye on those. And then we have inadequate simulation facilities for some polar environments. We can't replicate everything that we need to. There is a lot of thermal cycling, as I'm talking about, where the sun is just grazing across the horizon. So you do have that type of environment. And then, you know, terra mechanics. We've driven around on regolith. We've only done that at the equator. We don't know what driving around at the polar regions is going to be like, especially if there's going to be surface volatiles. We'll have some idea after the next few CLIPS missions go to the poles. We'll have a good idea for how those small rovers traverse, but, you know, more studies will need to be done. And then radiation and material fatigue with all this rapid cycling is also important and something we need to study more. So just some general considerations is that you need to be flexible with your mission timeline. For example, you have completely different places you're going if you're going during the summer months at the poles, which is right now, or if you're going to go in the winter, which is our Northern Hemisphere summer right now. And so that not only changes your CONOPS, but also the temperature profiles you're expected to see and all those type of things. Thermal control systems are also very important and need to be considered. There's both active and passive, and there needs to be built-in redundancy into these systems because you are going to have a bunch of thermal cycles, and the more redundant your system is, the likelihood of it surviving for long durations is going to be greatly increased. And then, yeah, as far as future needs, you know, I think we've all set it up here, you know, large system level vacuum chambers would be great for prolonged testing, test beds for examining volatile rich surfaces and things like that. And just working in these ultra cold environments because we're not just trying to survive the lunar night, we're trying to also work in the lunar night in these cases. So that's it.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all the speakers. We have lots of questions on Slido, so I don't want to delay that. So I'll start with the highest voted one, which I think is for Aaron, but if anybody else wants to, oh, sorry, it's for Parks, but if anybody else wants to answer it. Where can researchers access regolith geotechnical data results discussed during this panel? Is there a condensed source beyond the lunar source book?
So there isn't really a condensed source that I know of super well beyond the lunar source book. You know, there's a lot of different papers on simulants, and there's some papers The people have put out with a few grams of soil of actual regolith that they've gotten from NASA. But really, the only place you can get good geotechnical data on the actual lunar regolith is on the moon. So you're really only going to get it from those NASA sources, like the Lunar Source Book, or anyone that's done analysis with the data that NASA has provided. So until we get some more regolith back, or NASA gives us more mass to use, there's really no condensed source.
Thank you. All right, the next question, I believe is for Aaron, but again, anybody else that wants to answer. Are there ways to do gravity offset testing for fluids, or is that only in the realm of models for now?
Yeah, so I'm not a total expert on this. So if anyone else on the panel has a thought, one way that we have done it in our lab before is we were testing a loop heat pipe, which has a working fluid running through it, and we on a big radiator panel. And so we did the standard test with the radiator panel like this, and then we tilted the radiator panel up at 10 degrees or something like that, so that the standard gravity vector would be lower on the components we cared about. That's one way that we've done it. I'm not sure if anybody else knows of any other ones or not.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Reduce gravity.
All right, for Chris Klein, why are we assuming there is no orbital debris risk on the lunar surface?
Well, as of right now, even though there was some anthropogenic activities around the moon, Apollo, LCROSS, a few other missions, right now there's no good bounding data to define an environment model that describes an orbital debris component. So there's meteoroids, there's natural threats, but anthropogenic material, we just don't have enough information to define that. But I believe that's going to be something that's probably going to be needed in the future as we continue sustained operations on the moon.
Great, thank you. I love this question. I didn't put it, but I love this question. Can you give some examples of which effects absolutely must be tested for simultaneously? And I'm opening it for anybody that wants to answer. So I'll start with Aaron.
Yeah, so to me, I think vacuum is kind of this base level environment that you really need to combine with almost anything else. We heard a lot of good examples from a lot of the panelists here that the effects just really, really change if you don't have vacuum included as an effect. And I know everybody doesn't always have just, great ready access to vacuum chambers for everything. So I think there can be a lot of development testing that is done without vacuum, but we really want to get in there and understand what's happening with dust adhesion, dust charging, things like that. The vacuum is just incredibly critical.
Sure. If you're asking, I'll jump in. Aaron made good points earlier. Paul made good points earlier on this. I'm going to just poke it a little bit. Would be really curious if some of this combined effects testing, so things like the temperature, the illumination, the dust, the charging, maybe radiation, but probably not, how much we could do in smaller chambers, right? Multiple folks mentioned the need for larger system type size chambers, but that's expensive. It's expensive to build, expensive to run, complicated. I'm going to kind of poke on it. Like, is there some of this that could be done on the smaller scale from a resource standpoint where you could get some decent return on investments that could be achieved more quickly? And apologies for poking at that, but it's something that was on my mind on this.
No, I think it's an important question because chamber development is expensive, and also there are a lot of systems that are right now under development to be on the moon. So how do you do that risk trade-off because you have not tested for all combined environments? So it's more of a how do you assess risk for those environments that you have not been able to test in? Sorry, I didn't mean to be a panelist. Go ahead.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things that need to be tested, obviously, but I agree with Justin here that we can start pretty small. We do a lot of tests on just a motor or just a linear actuator and see how it holds up. You don't need to test a full moving rover vehicle with full excavators to start to understand which points need attention, right? And so, for example, I showed you that video of the bucket ladder, which is, a sprocket, a chain, the bucket. And so we looked at wear on various different components under vacuum, and in this case, just vacuum with regolith, so not even the cold component. But, we can start from that and say, well, here are the wear points. They need attention. And then you maybe make some improvements, and then you start increasing, for example, the thermal cycling to it, right? And so you can start with fairly simple tests, maybe even outside the vacuum chamber, and see where things wear. However, like I was showing from the dust cloud, for example, like which components get covered in dust can change quite dramatically from atmospheric testing versus vacuum chamber testing. And so I think there's a lot of things you can do just with smaller component testing without the need for, let's say a NASA-sized vacuum chamber. But it's something that you got to start playing with very quickly. And so my lab's motto is, here's something, go play in the sandbox, all right? We've failed 5 things, the 6th and 7th are not breaking, so let's put it in the vacuum chamber. No temperature, just in the vacuum chamber. See that, does it break? Where does it wear? And then you go to the next step. Sort of the agile sort of version of break it early, break it often, so quickly improve on your systems. And then once you get to the more advanced stuff, simultaneously you should develop some modeling techniques as well, so then you can make predictions about how things are starting to hold up. And that's crucial for the long duration testing, because long duration testing is A, cost prohibitive for many tests. And second of all, you can't really do the full, let's say, 10-year lifetime on the moon. You're going to have to do the accelerated testing that was mentioned. And so there are a lot of things you can do, small components, before going to the really large scale tests.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Sorry, can I jump back in really quick,
absolutely.
Maya? I want to say not all of NASA's vacuum chambers are big. I totally agree that the smaller scale testing is really essential. And another point to make on that is, if you're just doing, material samples or something, you want to understand the effect of say UV on it, you don't, there's no point in going to a huge chamber. A UV lamp, you're not going to get a beam spot size that's larger than a couple of feet. So it's not always possible to do these combined tests in a uniform way at a really large scale. So I totally agree with the value of the small component testing.
Thank you very much. This question is for Justin. Is there a planned longevity for complex electronics? Most modern chips, even hardened, wouldn't survive too long in space. Should electronics supporting a lunar base be replaced regularly?
So the short answer is I don't know. The longer answer is it may very well be that radiation is not going to be the life-limiting piece. It may be thermal cycling. It may be something else. But I'm not sure the context here. But if it's unrelated to radiation, the answer is I don't know.
This question is for anybody. Are there some specific examples of how LEO and GEO can be useful for lunar testing? I'm imagining leveraging lessons learned from LEO and GEO or anything on that environment.
I'll jump in quickly from a radiation standpoint. If rough numbers, right? So microelectronics at LEO, you're going to be seeing very similar dose, say, per year at some reasonable depths of shielding relevant for microelectronics. That's the quick one. And I'll kind of toss it out to other folks here.
I mean, it is kind of the biggest vacuum chamber you could ask for, so it's useful.
Yeah, I think the value is limited, at least for the kind of work that I do, because I deal with regolith interaction, which by definition requires the gravity to have the proper particle interaction. Now, if we could make a centrifuge on the space station, then we can start talking about reduced gravity testing, 1/6, 3G kind of things. But there's been a long resistance to that, so for obvious reasons for micro-G testing. But I think from that standpoint, there's very little we could do really in LEO and GEO for testing for the moon for surface interaction type things.
Thank you. All right, next one. Is there any understanding of expected sublimation losses of the icy regolith during excavation and transfer in partial gravity environments? Is that for you?
Oh, that's an interesting one. I'm not sure that we have an answer for that at this point. We've made some models on these kinds of things for the Break the Ice Challenge. We know if it's cold enough, the sublimation rates are really low, you know, in the order of, let's say, thousands of years. And so for the time it takes you to transport your ice from one place to another, as long as you keep it cold and in the shadow, you're going to have very limited losses. And so you don't even need to take that much precaution in a way to stop the sublimation from happening. Now, if we're talking about moving things like liquids and other kind, you know, processing systems where you're changing the phase from solid ice to a gas or water, then it becomes a whole different deal because now you're creating, you know, different phases that are much easier to escape and not as stable. And so then you're gonna have to make sure you seal things properly. But when we talked about just the ice, it's pretty stable. There is a concern that volatiles that are implanted in the lunar regolith, you know, they're kind of implanted, and so they may be lost by agitation. And that is a factor that may occur. We actually don't really know if that occurs. And so we expect it does, but we have no quantifiable numbers for any of that. That's might be a good future test to do.
Okay, we have a question. I want to read the name of this inquirer, Dusty Chicken. Should all institutions have dirty TVACs, or do we share across the community? If so, how do we share? I will plug in the LSIC facilities list and website that you can find on LSIC Confluence, where you can find a list of facilities that do have capability for a dusty TVAC and also how to contact the POCs for those. But that is my generous plug on the LSIC Confluence website.
All right, that's kind of interesting addressing Dusty Chicken, but I'll do my best. So our vacuum chamber is available for collaboration. Now, of course, operating it is not free. And so we do ask for essentially cost of our cost, basically, that you pay for that. But we're not a for-profit organization, we're a university. And so we are happy to collaborate with both commercial industry and other universities in sharing the use of our vacuum chamber, presuming that there's some cost. Our cost is being paid for, let's put it that way. Now, we do that in various different ways through just simple test contracts, meaning you send your stuff to us, we test it for you, we ship it back, and you get the data back. Or you come to us, you can do some of the testing. We help you do that because, you know, we don't want you to break our vacuum chamber, for example. But there's various different ways where we could do that. Other people have also called us to say, hey, you know, how much was it to buy your vacuum chamber, and how did you design it, and things like that. And so we've been, I guess, call it consulting with various companies as well as academic institutions to maybe develop their own facilities in turn as well. I can tell you, though, it's not cheap. And so you have to find some funding to do that. But, you know, small chambers are really honestly not that expensive, but the bigger ones get pricey quickly. So I'll be happy to talk to anybody that's interested in either learning, you know, how much it costs, or, you know, what design specifications were important for designing our vacuum chamber or dusty thermal vacuum chamber specifically. So happy to chat with anyone afterwards.
Yeah, and this is Erin. I'd say the kind of the same from the NASA side. My lab has lots of chambers that are open to the community for use through various agreements and mechanisms, which are not always the easiest to set up, but they definitely, we definitely want to support the community developing things for the lunar surface. And the test systems can be hard to get going in your own lab if you don't have, you know, kind of the proper expertise behind it. So a lot of times I would say that, you know, the effort is better spent developing the technology you care about and then bringing it to a test house to actually get the testing done. I like seeing lots of dirty chambers all around the community. I think that helps us, gather and compare data and learn new techniques, but definitely don't feel like you need to go set up your own facility if you're just looking to get a little bit of testing done and that's not your main interest.
I'll just toss this out there. So we've had some recent conversations about starting up like a pulsed laser, call it a user group, right? So pulse lasers used for single event testing and microelectronics. It kind of sounds similar. A lot of people running around buying commercial pulse laser systems for various sort of competitive advantages, but the user community is not something that's well integrated with each other. So I'm maybe making a suggestion, if there's a burgeoning community of dusty chamber operators, maybe it's an opportunity for kind of grassroots style collaboration and lessons learned.
I like that idea. That's a good idea.
Okay. Who's hungry? Probably everybody. So before we leave, I just want to again thank Erin Hayward, Parks Easter, Christopher Klein, Paul Van Susant, Emerson Spira, and Justin Licker. And thank you so much for presenting all of your advice and your work.
Thank you very, very, very much to the panel. I agree. Everybody's hungry. I got to tell you a couple things though, because they're not in the agenda. We have some dedicated networking rooms for the focus area. So you will see signs outside of the doors. Their excavation and construction is in 208C. Power is in 208B. Cross-cutting 211 and ISRU's in 209. So you're welcome to eat in here, but if you want to go in there and have some networking conversations while you eat, feel free to do that. Also, if you have a lightning talk, we're going to need you to line up by the registration desk at 4:00. So you have some time, but we want to warn you, we're going to have to line you up. And then the last one, as Nikki said earlier, if there are students that are interested in that student luncheon tomorrow, we really need to get a final count for that. So please come to the registration desk so we can get that. But otherwise, go eat. If you forgot what you got to eat, there are lovely ladies out there with lists that can tell you what you got to eat. So go ahead and have a good lunch.
It'd be nice to send you a confirmation of what you've ordered. I don't remember.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, everybody, we have about 7 minutes until we start back with our panels. I'm going to go wrangle everybody else. You guys are doing a good job. because it kept, if they're sensitive. So I'll be talking smack about people with the mics on.
What if you talk good?
No hot. I mean, good, bad. That's up to you. All right, everybody. It is 1:30. I'm going to give it one more minute if I get everyone to have a seat. I have also decided I'm buying a megaphone going forward because there's not an intercom system for getting everybody wrangled. Okay. All right, so a little bit earlier we talked about how in the spring we had a panel that focused on partnerships and how we know we need to do them. So this panel is going to show you how you can do those successfully. This is an example of making it all work across all the different sectors. So I am going to leave them to it.
Good afternoon. How is everybody? Thank you for coming to Las Vegas. We ordered the weather special for this occasion, so I hope you're enjoying it. My name's David Hatchett. I'm the Vice President of Research at UNLV. I'm leading the panel. This is about cross-sector partnerships, and we'll examine how government, academia, nonprofits, and industry engage and develop partnerships. So if you've followed funding over the last 5 years, you've seen a shift for academia especially into what I call basic research to more applied. Use-inspired, there's many terms that are used. The approach, though, requires successful partnerships between governments, nonprofits, academia, et cetera, because it's a complex landscape that you have to navigate, and you need things like policy and things to be able to get things done. So this group has the components of all of that. So UNLV is part of NSF Engine. It's the Southwest Regional Engine. And what we've learned is we are moving from applied research to taking research to the public. So this group is going to be very important in doing so. So I'm going to start by letting the panelists introduce themselves, and we'll follow that with a few questions, and then we'll open it up to the audience for questions. So I'm going to turn it over to Matt, and he's going to introduce himself, and then we'll go down the line, and once they're done, I'll start asking questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matt Fritz. I run the Technology Transfer Office for the Nevada National Security Sites. For all of you that were asking the people manning our booth how you work together, I'm that guy that you talk to, so I apologize I couldn't be here this morning, but in the next hour or so, we'll talk with all the different ways that you can potentially partner with us. So are we going in order? So you heard a little bit about the NNSS this morning from Dr. Brazier. I'm going to talk a little bit more about our different locations. Many of you will actually go visit the site tomorrow. That is our main location where we've done most of our NNSA and DOE work over the years. It's where we have the NSPG, which many of you are really interested in. But we are a broad multi-mission location or site within the NNSA. We have 3 locations within Nevada, we have 2 in California, we have 2 in New Mexico, and we have 3 back east, all with a different function. So our main missions are support the nuclear stockpile, support non-proliferation efforts, and emergency response for radiological situations. But we also do a lot of interagency work for other governments that may be needing our capabilities. But it doesn't just stop with other government agencies, right? There's vast mechanisms available to actually partner with and work with industry and academia. Talked a little bit about our missions. I'm not necessarily going to go over each one of these. For those of you who are aware of the Nevada National Security Sites, our main focus is on stockpiled stewardship. So what does that mean? We used to do nuclear weapons testing up until 1992. We stopped doing that. Now we do science-based stockpile stewardship. So we're looking at different aspects of the nuclear weapons, and we're trying to test what may happen so we can understand them better and update our models. We're doing some really, really cool and innovative things in this area. Our main location supporting that, the principal underground laboratory for subcritical experiments, is going to be putting a $1 billion particle accelerator 1,000 meters underground. It's really challenging work. There's physics that we haven't necessarily even worked out yet, and we need partners across all different walks of life to actually help support that. We also do nuclear and radiological emergency response. One of those people who supports that is here today and was just talking at lunch about how they'll be supporting the upcoming F1 race. They do all types of public events. They do the Las Vegas Strip on New Year's Eve. They do Formula One. They do the Super Bowl. All these kind of things to make sure that the public is safe when we have some of these large events. Also contributing to key nonproliferation and arms initiatives. That's really making sure the bad guys who have signed on to our treaties are doing what they say they're doing and making sure that they're not necessarily proliferating their weapons activities. And then we have some other smaller mission sets like environmental management. So how can you work with us? I mean, it's really quite simple. There's a tool for whatever needs to be done. That could be a cooperative research and development agreement where we partner with someone and we sort of work collaboratively, where there can be some money flows, but both sides really more or less contributes their own resources towards a stated goal. There's a strategic partnership project vehicle where you're essentially hiring us to do work for you. DOE is special. We have these special agreements called ACTS, Agreements for Commercializing Technology, that are a little bit more industry friendly around technology commercialization. So that's another possibility depending upon the situation. And then we also have the standard material transfer agreements with most people use, as well as R&D subcontracts in the event that we need to send you guys some money to do some of your work. So lessons learned, right? This is where we're a bit different, right? We're part of the DOE. We are not a national lab. We are not a federally funded research and development center. So we have different capabilities than say, the tri-labs within the NNSA. But we do have strengths that we're able to exploit in working with industry and academia that they don't necessarily have. Lessons learned, if you're coming and want to do work with us, we want your principal investigators working with our people to be focused on scope, schedule, and funding. Don't worry about the agreement type. Don't worry about the contract. We have a tool in the tool belt for just about every scenario, and my job is to make sure that that happens, right? This is really more specific to cooperative research and development agreements, but let's use in-kind contributions strategically. Each side is good at its own certain things, right? We might not be the quickest at buying something, whereas you might. So let's align whatever collaborative efforts we're trying to do in the most strategic way possible. And then a big one that we get when people are trying to collaborate with us is around IP, right? I tend to use the term, we avoid vanity IP. We're not necessarily concerned with who actually owns the IP at the end of the day. We've actually just negotiated, as far as we can tell, the first license agreement that actually has a buyout for a licensee to own the IP outright. And so for those of you that are in industry, that's nothing new. You do that all the time. But it's a different position from a government entity because we really want to focus on who's going to be accepting risk and actually doing the work to advance any intellectual property to come out of a collaboration towards that end goal. Why should I want to necessarily own a patent if someone else is going to be taking on all the risks to mature that technology through the valley of death? And so I don't necessarily like to be all that concerned about who's going to own the IP in the end. Let's really look at it from a risk-informed perspective and say who's actually going to advance this, who can do the most benefit to the nation by owning this IP and advancing it to the commercial market.
Thanks for ending with that, Matt, on the IP and tech transfer side. Moving over to the university. So Zach Miles, I serve as the Senior Associate Vice President for Economic Development at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and also the Executive Director of the UNLV Research Foundation, which manages the UNLV Harry Reid Research and Technology Park. Okay, I'm glad I got through that in one breath. So as I mentioned before, at 9 o'clock, the big takeaway for at least part of this panel is, rebels make it happen. Like, we want to collaborate. We've collaborated with everyone on this panel and plenty of others within the audience, and we want to, as Matt mentioned, make it really easy, less transactional, more relationship, and making sure that the transaction doesn't ruin the relationship. So many times you have this great thing going, and then we just spend too much time arguing on the agreement. So we're very aligned there, and Matt and I and Teledyne and DRI and others have kind of worked out or trying to work those out to make that as seamless or easy as possible. I said the A team is the only thing that I could find that I was totally excited to put right there that filled space. So I should have put like the UNLV Rebel team, but that's okay. We have an office that might be a little unique across the country, although I think this is where it's going to lead. In the next slide, I'll get there a little bit. Economic development offices or at universities are actually new offices for the most part. They really didn't form and come to fruition until the Bayh-Dole Act in the early 1980s, and so they've been trying to figure it out a little bit on how to do this tech transfer, industry, and engagement piece. So our office tries to combine pieces to make the transfer function more robust and the industry engagement function more robust. And I have a slide later on that talks about that a bit, but filling the gaps, from very early TRL level technologies, what do we need funding-wise? What do we need space-wise? What do we need partnership-wise to be able to move those technologies? And the same, with industry engagement, what does industry need from us to be able to access some of these resources that we have on campus in the most effective and efficient manner? One, just knowing what we have. Two, making the agreements easier. Three, utilizing our student support and then moving that forward. So we house not only tech transfer and industry engagement, but small business development support. Again, the tech park and some accelerator incubators. We're starting a venture capital fund. We have a Step Up and Startup program that if you're within the state, which we welcome anybody to dip their toe into the state of Nevada and have a presence here, that will pay our students $18 an hour to work for you. So we're able to have the students have real world experiences with some of our corporates early on in their careers, so that one, you're able to identify if they're a good match, or they're able to identify that's the career path that they want to head down. So the empowering innovation side of this, and this is completely Zach's thoughts, so especially for the universities in the room, maybe don't take this too much to heart, but there's a trend from the early kind of 60s to 90s time frame where a lot of the economic development offices were more about throwing things over the fence. We'll protect the IP, and then we just want to get it out the door through, as Matt mentioned, whatever agreement we possibly can, but trying to be a little more aggressive on holding on to stuff. Part of that is just our federal obligations, some of our state obligations, but really it doesn't make sense in a lot of situations as to who owns or controls, but that we're getting the appropriate benefit out of it. 90s through 2008 timeframe, you had a lot of universities starting to dip their toe into the startup world. We did a lot of this at the University of Utah at the time. We started 30 or 40 companies a year that we would wholly own, and then try to go after SBI or STTR grants. And so there's this huge focus on startup companies, and then transitioned into kind of a value add time frame. How can we provide some resource or services to help this collaboration? But it is really transitioning, and this is why I put UNLV there, just because we have to pimp our own, of kind of an integrated model. So as I showed it earlier at 9 o'clock, we want to be part of the team. We want to be less transaction focused and more integrated into what are you working on? How can we plug in? What is our role in that? What should we do or shouldn't do? What can we do to help speed this along or slow it down in some instances? And so I think with the NSF, the EDA, quite a few of the federal funding sources, you see this transition a bit from focusing on publications, which we love. We want to make sure that they're getting out the door, but what are you doing with that to actually change people's lives for the better? And so let's try to really focus or encourage the innovation side as well. Okay, and there's kind of this versus that. Did I have another slide? Oh yeah, so these are some of our programs. Again, the idea, UNLV and industry, what can we provide to help fill that gap? And so those are a couple of our programs, from incubation space, even the Small Business Development Center, facility use agreements to utilize resources on campus, to a 120-acre tech park, and then we're working on some other space to try to expand some of what those innovation districts or research parks can do with industry to be a collaborator. Again, with the idea being rebels make it happen, we just want to be part of the team and move that forward. So the idea of this panel with collaboration is we want to collaborate, but we're not just sitting back waiting. We're trying to take a proactive approach to do that.
Thank you, Zach. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Wilcox. I am research professor at the Desert Research Institute, which is an institute here in Nevada, and I'm based in our main campus, which is up in Reno, although we have a campus here in Las Vegas as well. I wear two sort of separate hats that are both sort of relevant to this conversation. So I'm going to address both of those in just 2 slides. So I have 1 slide for each hat. So I am research professor, as I said, at DRI. If you're not familiar with DRI, we are a sort of a unique institution. We are part of the Nevada system of higher education, so part of the college and university system, but we're not a degree granting institution. We are a nonprofit, state-operated environmental science institute. And we were legislatively established in Nevada to perform environmental research for the benefit of Nevada, its people, and its economy. Although over the years, that was back in the 50s, over the years, the research portfolio has really become truly global. So you can see the mission articulated there on the left, and then on the right, there are all the sort of areas of environmental science, all the disciplines where we're currently active. And we have folks working on all of these aspects of environmental science literally all over the world. And I wanted to emphasize in particular the human element in the last 10, 15 years, a big investment, not just in understanding the environment and the human impact on the environment, but the feedback loop as well as the environment's impact on humans. And then at the end of the list there is wildfire, which has been a huge area of growth in research. That really is a perfect example of the kind of environmental problem that has such a huge human impact element and a big feedback loop. Partnerships are essential to the work that DRI does. And so what I have at the bottom there is just a sampling of logos from some partners. There are literally dozens and dozens that I could list if I was to be comprehensive. We do quite a lot of federally funded research, as you might imagine. So shown there is NSF, the Department of Defense. We have several big Department of Defense programs. And then I've also listed there the Department of Energy. We do have a long legacy program with the National Security Site doing environmental research on and around the National Security Site. In the middle there, we do partner quite a bit with industry. I'm showing there Barrick, if you're not familiar, is a mining company here in Nevada, and NV Energy is our statewide utility. Both of those partners are helping with some STEM education programs that we run out of DRI. So while we're not degree granting, we do some STEM education programs, and we get a fair amount of support from the private sector for those activities. But we also have a growing effort at industry engagement on the research side. Just as an example, I've included the OpenET logo there. This is a really unique program that grew out of an initial sort of research activity where some hydrologists at DRI partnered with Google at the beginning of what they call the Google Earth Engine, which is the big cloud data analysis system that Google operates. And they developed software for estimating evapotranspiration, that is evaporation from land surfaces globally at very large scales with very high resolution satellite imagery very, very quickly by leveraging Google's massive cloud. And that led to a startup business called Climate Engine, which is a small business that spun out from that, and they licensed the technology, the software basically, for doing large satellite analysis on Google's cloud. And then the products that come out of that are useful to a broad cross-section of academic researchers, all the way down to end users, for example, in the agricultural or water resources sector, which might be private or public sector. And so they created a separate nonprofit entity called OpenET, which has academic and nonprofit partners like DRI and universities, but also, as I indicated, representatives from agricultural industry, for example, and public sector water resource managers. So utilizing, not just developing the tools, but how to utilize them for real end user applications in the end. And those kinds of activities we are now able to support at DRI with a small amount of funding that we get from the Governor's Office of Economic Development through a program where we call it Commercialization Fellowship, where we provide support for faculty members at DRI to commercialize their research or to partner with industries to seek commercial solutions to pressing problems. The other hat that I wear is, which is about 50% of my job, is as director for the Nevada NASA programs. So I'm statewide director for NASA Space Grant. Space Grant, if you're not familiar, is a program that exists in all 50 states plus 2 territories. It's congressionally mandated funds that come from NASA for STEM education and workforce development in areas of strategic interest to NASA. Those funds, I make sure those funds come into the state, and then those are provided in scholarships and fellowships for students to do STEM research projects of interest to NASA, as well as seed grants to faculty to perform either curriculum development programs or small research projects that engage students in STEM research that related to NASA's mission. And I should note that I believe there are at least two or three of my fellow Space Grant directors from other states here at the meeting. So find us if you're interested in hearing more about Space Grant. Nevada is also what we call an EPSCoR state. If you're not familiar, EPSCoR is an awkward acronym that stands for Established Program to Stimulate Competitive Research. And this is a program for states, small states like Nevada, that are underrepresented in receiving federal grant dollars. And so that allows us to compete with a smaller cohort of researchers for research dollars to build capacity for being more competitive on the open market for research dollars in the state. So we build research infrastructure in the state. We just as an example, we just this past year worked with a team from UNR to get a $1 million EPSCoR project funded that is specifically on this topic of lunar surface engineering. And I hope that several folks, at least from that team, are here at the meeting today. And a key element of the Space Grant and EPSCoR programs in the state is also to try to build connections and partnerships between researchers in Nevada and researchers and subject matter experts at NASA centers. So one of the things that we really emphasize when we work with faculty across the state from all of the institutions in Nevada in these programs is to help them identify and make connections to subject matter experts that are within the NASA, either at a NASA center or within the broader community that interacts with NASA centers, so that we can build stronger ties between Nevada's institutions and NASA. And that's it for me. And the button's not working. Oh, there it goes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Debbie Batson with Teledyne Brown Engineering, located in Huntsville, Alabama, and I work with large and small businesses and academia, which is why I'm here today. As Zach mentioned this morning, we go way back in doing our collaboration, and I'm excited to be here, and I did want to thank NASA and UNLV for the opportunity to be here. So just to tell you just a little bit about Teledyne Brown Engineering, it's under the Teledyne Technologies umbrella, located in Thousand Oaks, California, where we have about 15,000 employees, about $5.6 billion revenue in 2023, and on any given day, about 65 to 70 sister companies.